I, Sameek Shah, on behalf of the Department of Economics, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, proudly welcome you to the third national seminar titled Challenges and Opportunities in the Age of AI, an Economic Perspective. Now, to formally inaugurate the seminar, may I please invite our honorable dignitaries for the lamp lighting, a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and intellectual awakening. So please.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदाम् जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वर.
I request everyone to kindly stand up for the University of Delhi Kulgeet.
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम सकल वसुधा निज कुटुंब की भावना संस्कृति सनातन आधुनिक शिक्षा पुरातन ज्ञान धाराओं का संगम
देश की स्वाधीनता हित भूमिका शतकोटि वंदन
निष्ठा धृति सत्यम के मंगल दिव्य भावों का समागम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
भव्य महाविद्यालयों के परिसरों से चिर सुशोभित श्रेष्ठ गुरुजन कर रहे नित्य छात्र और छात्राएं दीक्षित
सदचरित्राचार पावन साधना संकल्प संयम
नवल वैश्विक चेतना नव क्रांति संस्कारों का उद्गम जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
श्रेष्ठ सुंदर दिव्य दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय विहंगम
जयति जय जय जयति जय जय ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का लोक अनुपम
ज्ञान का आलोक अनुपम.
Kindly remain standing for the national song.
श्याम राम मातरम वंदे मातरम शुक्र ज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमिता द्रुमदल शोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुर भाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरम् कोटि कोटि कण्ठ कल कल निनाद करले कोटि कोटि भुजे मृत खर कर वाले अबला तेनो माँ एतो भोले बहुबल धारिणी नमामि तारिणी विपुदल वारिणी मातरं वन्दे मातरम् तुम्हें विद्या तुम्हें वैभव तुम्हें रिद्धि तुम्हें महिमा त्वं हि कायाः शरीरे बाहुते तुमिमा शक्ति हृदये तुमिमा भक्ति तुम्हारी प्रतिमा गौरी मंदिरे मंदिरे वन्दे मातरम् त्वं हि दुर्गा दश प्रहरणधारिणी कमला कमल दल विहारिणी वाणी विद्यादायिनी नमामि त्वां नमामि कमलां कमलाम् अतुला सुजया सुफलां मातरम् वन्दे मातरम् श्यामलां सरलां सुस्मितां भूषितां धरणीं मातरं वन्दे मातरम् वन्दे मातरम्
Thank you, everyone. Now, I'd like to borrow your collective attention for a short AV prepared by our technical team.
Ready to discover how AI is taking the education world by storm. The world of education is changing rapidly, and one of the biggest drivers of that change is AI. From online learning platforms to personalized study plans, AI is revolutionizing the way we learn. But what exactly is AI, and how is it impacting education? AI, or artificial intelligence, refers to technology that can simulate human intelligence and decision-making. This includes things like natural language processing, image recognition, and machine learning.
इतनी तेजी से टेक्नोलॉजी बदल रही है, बहुत दूर का दिन नहीं होंगे जबकि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस डोमिनेट करेगा। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का पूरा फील्ड पूरी मानव जात को ड्राइव करने वाला है। जॉब बचेगी कि नहीं बचेगी उसका डिबेट होगा। ड्राइवरलेस कार आएगी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से चलने वाली कार आने वाली है, ड्राइवर का क्या होगा? क्या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आने के बाद भी जॉब क्रिएशन की संभावना है क्या? और जो इसके एक्सपर्ट है उनका कहना है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बाद जॉब क्रिएशन की भारी संभावनाएं बढ़ने वाली है। पूरा विश्व एक नई सोच की ओर जाने वाला है, उसके लिए एक नई जनरेशन तैयार होने वाली है।
From 16th to 20th February, India will host the AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam, one of the largest AI gatherings ever held in the global south. AI is rapidly becoming central to economic growth, national security, digital governance, and innovation. India's IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw has said the government expects tens of billions of dollars in new.
Now, this AV justifies the need and context behind hosting this seminar at our eminent institution, Shahid Bhagat Singh College. To move forward, may I please request our esteemed chief guest, Sri Vijender Gupta, guest of honor, Professor Ram Singh, our respected principal sir, Professor Arun Kumar Atri, teacher in charge of Department of Commerce, Dr. Soumya Verma, to please grace the dais and take their seats. Please welcome our dignitaries with a huge round of applause. It is with great honor and pride that I welcome our chief guest for today, Sri Vijender Gupta, Honorable Speaker of Delhi Legislative Assembly and an alumnus of Sri Ram College of Commerce. Sir began his public life in student politics, and from those early convictions has built a distinguished career of public service spanning municipal and state governance. He has held key organizational responsibilities within his party, including serving as president of the BJP's Delhi unit, and today sits on the BJP National Executive. Now, I request respected Principal Sir, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, Professor Shikha Gupta from the Department of Commerce, and Mr. Arun Kumar Kaushal from the Department of Economics to kindly come forward and felicitate our chief guest, Sri Vijender Gupta. Can we please have a huge round of applause? It is a rare honor that a leader with such deep experience in governance is with us today. Thank you so much, sir. It is truly an honor. Now, moving forward, I'd like to introduce our audience to our guest of honor, Professor Ram Singh. He currently serves as the director of the Delhi School of Economics and is a senior professor at the University of Delhi. He completed his PhD in economics at Jawaharlal Nehru University and pursued postdoctoral research at Harvard University. Professor Singh is also a member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Reserve Bank of India and directs the Delhi School of Public Policy and Governance. Over more than 2 decades, he has shaped minds in the classroom, advised policymakers, and contributed extensively to academic literature. May I please request our principal sir, Professor Arun Kumar Attri, Professor D.R. Saklani from the Department of Commerce, and Dr. Jairam Meena sir from the Department of Economics to kindly come forward and felicitate our guest of honor, Professor Ram Singh. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Thank you, sir. It is truly a privilege to have you with us today. May I now request our respected principal, sir, to kindly address the gathering and share his words with us.
Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Vijender Gupta ji, Speaker, Delhi Legislative Assembly, Guest of Honor, Professor Ram Singh, Director, Delhi School of Economics, Professor Paramjeet, Delhi School of Economics, Dr. D.R. Siklani, esteemed faculty members, distinguished guests, participants, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this third national seminar on challenges and opportunities in the age of AI, an economic perspective, organized by Department of Economics, Shahid Bhagat Singh College. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Shri Vijendra Gupta ji, for gracing this occasion with his august presence. As you know that he is currently 7th Speaker of Delhi Legislative Assembly since 2025. Some notable things that need to be mentioned is that in 2015, when the first time Aam Aadmi Party came into power, and you can see that everywhere it was winning. He was the one of the 3 BJP candidates who won at that time. He is such a popular leader that he continued his winning streak in 2020 and 2025 as well. In fact, in 2025, he has won with a margin of more than 37,000 votes, which is a record among the 48 BJP candidates who have won at that time. Your leadership as a Speaker of Delhi Legislative Assembly reflects a deep commitment to democratic governance, policy deliberation, and institutional integrity. I also extend a very warm welcome to our guest of honor, Professor Ram Singh, an eminent economist and director of Delhi School of Economics, whose scholarship and contribution to monetary policy have significantly shaped academic and policy discourse in India. As you know that he's a great authority in economics, and we are really honored to have him on this third national seminar. He has taught at Delhi School of Economics, Brown University, University of Hamburg, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and has been a Commonwealth Fellow at London School of Economics. He is a recipient of Fulbright Commonwealth, Erasmus Mundus Fellowships in Economics, Ronald Coase Fellowships in Economics. So we welcome you, sir, to this third national seminar. We are living in a transformative era. Artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept confined to research laboratories. It is reshaping industries, redefining labor markets, influencing financial systems, and altering the very architecture of economic decision making. From algorithm trading and fintech innovations to predictive analytics in supply chains and governance, AI is becoming a crucial driver of productivity and competitiveness. At Shahid Bhagat Singh College, we believe that academic institutions must not merely observe change, but actively engage with it. Through seminars like this, we aim to foster critical thinking, interdisciplinary research, and policy-oriented dialogue and contribute meaningfully to the nation building. I commend Department of Economics for conceptualizing this timely and relevant theme and for their dedicated efforts in organizing this national seminar. I also appreciate the organizing committee comprising Dr. Jairam Meena, Dr. Soumya Verma, other members, Pragya, Naman, everyone in the economics department, and all the student volunteers, participants whose enthusiasm and commitment have made this event possible. I am confident that today's deliberations will generate insightful perspectives and practical recommendations that help us navigate the economic landscape of the AI age with wisdom, responsibility, and foresight. With these words, I once again extend my warmest welcome to all our esteemed guests and participants, especially Professor Ram Singh, our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Vijendra Gupta ji, and everyone present in the seminar hall. And I wish the seminar great success and look forward to enriching discussions throughout the day. Thank you. Jai Hind.
And now it is my privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest, Shri Vijendra Gupta, Honorable Speaker of the Delhi Legislative Assembly, to kindly address the gathering and share his valuable thoughts and words of guidance with all of us. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
मेरे साथ मंच पर मौजूद दिल्ली स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर राम सिंह जी, शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज के प्रधानाचार्य डॉक्टर प्रोफेसर अरुण कुमार अत्री जी, डॉक्टर सौम्य वर्मा जी और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स के हमारे सभी यंग ब्लड यूथ डायनेमिक स्टूडेंट्स, टीचर्स, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, डी स्कूल ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स से आए हुए सभी हमारे गेस्ट, बहनों और भाइयों और दोस्तों, आज एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सब्जेक्ट पर यहाँ बातचीत हो रही है और ये सब्जेक्ट आज जितना रेलेवेंट है उससे ज्यादा रेलेवेंट आने वाले कल के दिनों में होने वाला है। मैं खुद डीयू को स्टूडेंट रहा हूँ और जब मुझे मालूम चला प्रोफेसर राम सिंह यहाँ पर उपस्थित रहेंगे तो मुझे अपने पुराने दिन याद आ गए जब मैं डी स्कूल में एमकॉम का छात्र था और वो जो प्रेमिसेस है उसमें बहुत लोगों का आपका जाना हुआ होगा, उसकी कैंटीन में भी बैठना हुआ होगा, वहां की लाइब्रेरी में भी आपका जाना हुआ होगा रतन टाटा में। उसके चप्पे चप्पे से मेरे जहन में उसका चप्पा चप्पा है आज भी। और मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि जो शहीद भगत सिंह कॉलेज है उससे भी मेरा पुराना संबंध है और जब ये कॉलेज कालका जी में होता था, एक स्कूल में चलता था, उन दिनों में क्योंकि मैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स यूनियन का वाइस प्रेसिडेंट था और डीयू के स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स से जुड़ा हुआ था, तो वहां पर हम लोग कैंपेन करने के लिए मॉर्निंग में भी और इवनिंग में भी, अब तो एक ही कॉलेज है, मॉर्निंग इवनिंग है, दोनों जी, दोनों है, अभी भी दोनों है। तो आप सबके बीच में आकर मैं एक बार फिर से 4 दशक पहले के वो दौर में पहुंच गया जब मैं खुद स्टूडेंट था। ये जो एआई है, एआई टूल, ये कोई स्पेसिफिक किसी एक फील्ड के लिए नहीं है, बल्कि मैं कहूंगा कि एक रेवोल्यूशन है। कभी हम जब पढ़ते थे तो बात आती थी इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन की, कि किस तरह से भारत में, विश्व में जब औद्योगिकरण हुआ तो किस तरह से विश्व ने करवट ली और सारा का सारा परिप्रेक्ष्य बदल गया। मुझे लगता है कि आज उसी तरह की क्रांति की ओर हम बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन ये भी हमको समझना पड़ेगा कि इंडिया जो है वो डिजिटल जो इकोनॉमी है उसमें हम लोग बहुत आगे हैं। बाकी देशों से इंडिया डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शंस में, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में और वो तमाम चीजें, हमको ये भी समझना पड़ेगा कि हमारे देश की जो यूथ पॉपुलेशन है वो टोटल पॉपुलेशन का 65% है, यानी कि 35 साल से कम आयु के जो युवा हैं वो, और जो पॉपुलेशन है वो 65% है टोटल पॉपुलेशन का। यानी कि ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये जो टूल है, ये जो डिजिटल मोड है, ये इंडिया में इसका बहुत बड़ा और बहुत बेहतर भविष्य है। और जब इस टूल का इस्तेमाल होता है तो मुझे लगता है कि एआई जो है, जैसे मैं लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली से बिलोंग करता हूं, आज लेजिस्लेचर पर भी ये बात हो रही है कि एआई टूल हमारे लिए कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है। आज हम पेपरलेस डेलिब्रेशंस की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, पेपरलेस डेलिब्रेशन। हमारी असेंबली में पेपरलेस डेलिब्रेशंस होते हैं। हर डेस्क पर एक आईपैड लगा हुआ है और पिछले 2 सेशन से मैं अत्री साहब को बताना चाहता हूं कि एक भी पेपर हमने मेंबर को सर्कुलेट नहीं किया। और उसको जब कैलकुलेट किया गया कि A4 साइज के कितने पेपर हम इस्तेमाल करते, तो लगा कि 100 ट्रीज को कटने से हमने रोका है, बचाया है। 100 ट्रीज हमने प्रोटेक्ट किए हैं, क्योंकि इतना मटेरियल सप्लाई होता है, डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता है मेंबर्स को, कि उसमें लगभग 8,333 पेजेस जो है एक ट्री से बनते हैं। और उसको जब हमने कैलकुलेट किया तो वो 100 ट्रीज जो है। तो जब हम एक टूल है नेशनल ई विधान एप्लीकेशन, जिससे सारे देश की असेंबली जुड़ गई है। और ये प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सपना था, उन्होंने इसको इंट्रोड्यूस किया और उनके इंट्रोडक्शन से, इंस्पायरेशन से हमने आते ही उसको इंप्लीमेंट किया। अब उसमें अगला स्टेप है कि इसको एआई से जोड़ना है। अब एआई से जोड़ेंगे तो फिर जो डिबेट का लेवल है वो इम्प्रूव होगा। ये तमाम बहुत सारी चीजें, मैं बहुत लंबा नहीं बोलूंगा, बोलने के लिए तो यहाँ पर प्रोफेसर राम सिंह आए हैं। स्पीकर को तो वैसे भी बोलना नहीं होता है, उसको सुनना होता है। लेकिन आज मुझे मौका मिला है तो मैं जरूर कोशिश करूंगा। लेकिन एक बात मैं लास्ट में जरूर कहूंगा कि अगर ये हमारे लिए एक एसेट है एआई, तो कहीं ये लायबिलिटी ना बने। इसलिए हमें समय की रफ्तार के साथ चलना होगा, इसके ड्रॉबैक्स को भी चेक करना होगा, और जितनी तेजी से एआई बढ़ रहा है उस तरह से हमारे एजुकेशनल जो हमारा जो करिकुलम है, सिलेबस है, सब्जेक्ट है, उसके लिए भी उस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूशंस को भी हमको तेजी से डेवलप करना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि अगर हमारे पास इनपुट नहीं होंगे, उसके लिए एक्सेस नहीं होगा, सपोर्ट नहीं होगी, तो जितनी डिमांड बढ़ रही है, अगर उसके अकॉर्डिंग उसको हम उसके साथ कंबाइन करके नहीं चल पाएंगे, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो मिसमैच होगा वो हमारे लिए ट्रबल करेगा। और जिसको कहते हैं कि एक जो इसका एक कौशल, अगर हिंदी में शब्द कहूँ तो कौशल का जो डिफरेंस होगा, वो हमारे लिए एक बड़ी चुनौती है। नवाचारों को हमेशा वेलकम करना चाहिए, एक्सपेरिमेंट्स को, इनोवेशंस को। और मैं आप सब यंग है, चैलेंज स्वीकार करिए। जीवन में जिसने चैलेंज स्वीकार किया वो आगे बढ़ा है। चुनौतियों से डरिए नहीं, चुनौतियों से टकराइए। समस्याएं, प्रॉब्लम्स हमारे लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी होती है, वो कोई लायबिलिटी नहीं है। ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है हमारे लिए, ये मान करके कि हम इसमें से और बेटर होकर निकलेंगे। क्योंकि अगर जिसने चुनौतियां नहीं स्वीकार की, जिसने ट्रबल फेस नहीं की, तो शायद वो जिंदगी के अधूरे दौर से गुजर रहा है। इसलिए ट्रबल्स को वेलकम करिए और उनको सॉल्व करिए, उनको रिजॉल्व करिए। आप पाएंगे कि आपके अंदर एक नया जोश, नया उत्साह, नए टारगेट आप फिक्स करेंगे। अपने जीवन में आप सफल रहें, ऐसी उम्मीद और आशा के साथ मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और भविष्य में भी हम किसी ना किसी मोड़ पर मिलेंगे। आज मैं आपको एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री दिखाना चाहता था, लेकिन चूंकि मेरे पास स्वयं समय की कमी है, क्योंकि जिस असेंबली में मैं बैठता हूँ वो देश की पहली संसद है, वो एक हेरिटेज बिल्डिंग है। मैं आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ। प्रोफेसर साहब से कहूँगा कि आप डिपार्टमेंट के सभी बच्चों को मैं इनवाइट करता हूँ दिल्ली असेंबली में, आप आइए, हम उस हिस्टोरिकल प्लेस को आपको दिखाएंगे, आपके साथ इंटरेक्शन करेंगे और आपको बहुत सारी नई चीज़ें जानने का अवसर मिलेगा। तो मैं आपका इंतज़ार करूँगा। एक बार फिर से आप सबका धन्यवाद करते हुए अपनी बात को ही समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. May I now please request Professor Ram Singh to take the stage and share his invaluable words with the gathering.
मंच पर विराजमान श्री विजेंद्र गुप्ता जी, स्पीकर दिल्ली असेंबली, प्रिंसिपल who is a very dynamic leader, very efficient leader for this college, Sri Arunatri ji, my colleague Dr. Soumya, other colleagues from the college, Delhi University, and dear students. I feel very happy to be part of this gathering to deliberate on an important issue. But before I share my thoughts, I want to share, Gupta ji, honorable speaker, we made him think about his past days, his student days. But he also made me think about, a remark that he made, कि बोलने के लिए तो प्रोफेसर राम सिंह आए हैं. और speakers, जब when I started to watch, to view parliamentary proceedings and once in a while proceedings of a state assembly, these proceedings are always chaired by a speaker. I thought, as a student, sir, I thought that the speaker should be speaking the most. But I realized that speakers was speaking the least. And therefore, I wondered why this person, this designation is called speaker. Later on, it became evident that whenever speaker spoke briefly, but with contents that delivered a very wide and lasting message. So, गागर में जो सागर भर सकें, शायद ऐसे लोगों को ही स्पीकर नियुक्त करते हैं हमारी संस्थाएं. ऐसा ही इन्होंने इसी का प्रदर्शन आपने अभी भी किया. 5-7 मिनट में ही इन्होंने बहुत सारी मुख्य बातें और हमारे लिए जो विचार योग्य हैं ऐसी बातें रखी. I greatly enjoyed listening to you. Gupta ji and Professor Atri has already laid a stage, and also the documentary that we witnessed in this hall about AI. I want to take about 15 minutes with your permission, and in 15 minutes I want to discuss economics of AI, how AI is affecting economics and economy, and also our society. So first of all, let us start with basic. I assume that most students here, so I will keep my primary audience to be students present in this hall. So we study microeconomics. We start learning economics by studying microeconomics. In microeconomics, soon after studying theory of consumer behavior, theory of production, we come to market failures. In economics, we talk about 4 primary forms of market failures: monopoly, public goods, externalities, and asymmetric information. These are leading forms of market failures, which justify presence of government in economic lives to correct these market failures. So one way of looking at AI is to study what is going to happen to these forms of market failures, and therefore these sources of justification for economic interventions by the government in economic spheres. Whichever way we look at, whether we look at the issue of monopoly or public goods or asymmetric information, AI is going to impact on all these dimensions. When we think of AI, so we have started to think of AI as a 5 technologies. So, up to few years back, up to 1 year back, we used to talk about fourth generation technological revolution. The fourth generation technological revolution combined AI with big data analytics. Big data are, to simplify things, big data are the data generated by tech platforms like Facebook, like Google, Microsoft. We use them, their services all the time, and in the process, we generate information. That information gets codified and it becomes data. Because of its volume, it becomes large data. And to process this data, so the standard econometric tools are not sufficient. We need to have large language models, original foundational models that are foundation for AI are being developed using this large data that you and I and almost every person on the earth is generating. Animals are also generating. Cars and fridges are generating. So combine big data and AI. They have unleashed unleashed platforms like Facebook, like Amazon. These platforms these platforms are big entities. They are replacing platforms like many markets, thousands of markets in our country, hundreds and thousands of markets world over are being replaced by a few platforms like Amazon. Okay. Therefore, at one level, this AI and big data analytics, they are changing structure of the market from many players to one player or few players from one side. So to that extent, there's an element of monopoly. It's a different kind of monopoly that strangely, this is AI, big data analytics, 5O technologies are generating players, economic players, that simultaneously act as monopolists because they are the one, or they make the market a monopoly, duopoly, oligopoly market. At the same time, they work as a public good. If you think of Facebook or Amazon, for them to service additional citizen, additional individual, it comes almost free of cost. A typical characteristic of a public good is non-rivalrous consumption. That is true of Facebook, of WhatsApp. If anything, opposite is true. As more and more people join Facebook, LinkedIn, and WhatsApp, it becomes their costs come down, and benefits you and I get, those benefits go up because of the network effects. It's because of this virtue that Aratai, I assume you have heard of Aratai, is an Indian version of WhatsApp. It is being designed, marketed, launched by Zoho Corporation. It's purely Indian in all its conceptualization, formulation. So Zoho Corporation has launched this app, which is expected. Their objective is to replace WhatsApp. But this app is facing the problem because of the dominance of WhatsApp. But once a critical threshold, if many people start using it, then more people will have incentive to join it. So the point is that the market structure is being changed by introducing elements of monopoly and public goods simultaneously. And therefore, our teaching of economics should also reflect these attributes of new technology when we study and when we teach economics. The other element is, other source of market failure is asymmetric information. Asymmetric information does not allow many Pareto improving exchanges, trades from happening. Because of asymmetric information, we have certified agencies that certify quality of second-hand cars and many other products. On that count, something significant is happening. In the past, it has been difficult. It has been difficult for employers to monitor their employees. It has been difficult for insurance companies to observe our behavior so that we respect terms of the contract. Because of AI-related technologies, now contract enforcement, the agreement, sanctity of agreement is going to be strengthened. Because of AIs, because of AIs, the asymmetric information is going to come down. I will give you some illustrations. And once degree of asymmetric information comes down, then market failure on this count is also going to come down. Think of, let's take examples from real world. You and I hire Uber, Ola services, auto or cabs. Whenever you hire a service, you are given an opportunity to rate your experience with that driver. Your driver also gets opportunity to rate his or her experience with you. So what is happening in this process is that the behavioral attributes or efficiency attributes of both sides are being captured. Ideally, we would like to match good drivers with good riders and bad drivers with bad riders, so that we do not we spoil mood of we can minimize spoiling mood of people who would want to make it to their home, workplace, in colleges is fine. So it also, we want to encourage reward hard work, efficient work. We want to reduce rewards associated with bad performance. These ratings, they allow this matching, these processes to take place. If you have a good rating as a rider, then you are more likely to get a ride compared to if I have a bad rating and we are in the same neighborhood looking for auto or car, then you will get first preference if you have higher rating. Similarly, drivers will also get first preference if they have better ratings. In this process, through this process, what is happening is that more and more information. So next time you book a ride, when a driver is assigned to you, you would find driver's rating also, that you are assigned this vehicle, this driver with this rating. And you can experiment if you would like. If you have a good rating, you can start behaving badly. And very soon you will see that the drivers you will attract, there'll be longer delays in getting a ride, and also you will start to attract different kind of riders. But point is that my point is that by providing more information to both sides, these technologies are reducing informational asymmetries. A similar thing is happening vis-a-vis contract between you and your insurance companies. Today, insurance companies are interested in, if we have purchased medical insurance, they want to know our behavior, whether we are leading healthy lifestyle or not. We buy mandatory motor vehicle accident, first party as well as third party accidents. Again, the issue is insurance companies are interested in us driving responsibly. Very soon, insurance companies are going to launch devices. They are going to insist that if you buy accident insurance and if you install some devices in your cars, then you will get some concession, you will get some discount on premium you will pay. Idea is to be able to observe your driving behavior, to check whether you are a jerky driver, you violate traffic norms or not, and they will next year adjust your premium accordingly. Through these mechanisms, AI and big data technologies, they are also reducing informational asymmetry of types of behavior, and also they are going to incentivize more and more people to work better. In other words, the monitoring, the ability of corporations, of employers, of governments are going to monitor behavior of other side of the contract, be it employment contract, be it any other form of contract. Those abilities are going to go up. Outcome of this is going to be, there is going to be improved relationship between performance and rewards. So through these channels, the forms of market failures are going to reduce. But AI is simultaneously unleashing some forces that are going to increase severity of market failures. Monopoly is one example. I mentioned that there are now platforms, actors that are being introduced that behave like a monopolist or duopolist. That's the structure of market that is emerging. Other consequence of this improved matching is going to be that for less efficient workers, labor, their reduction in their wages is going to be very sharp. Some of them will go out of business. You will, going back to Uber example, if you consistently get rated as a bad rider, very soon they will put you out of their system. No more rides available to you. Similarly, bad drivers will be kicked out of their system. No more, you can't use Uber, Ola platforms to do your business. So exclusion from the market is a real situation we are looking at. Other is that once we improve linkage between performance and rewards, then its flip side is going to be that those less productive, less efficient, they will lose out. Their labor income is going to come down. So labor income is going to be, so far debate used to be, inequality debates used to be in terms of split of national income between labor income and capital income. Capital income is enjoyed only by a small fraction in society. Labor income is enjoyed by masses. Most 99.9% people, citizens, they get one or the other form of labor income. Now, labor income is also going to face pressure, inequality through these channels, through exclusion and better alignment. Positive side is going to be whoever will manage to keep work will become more productive, and therefore more remuneration on labor income is going to go up through that channel. But the exclusion channels are also going to become more active. Therefore, when we study AI and its implications, whether in classrooms or we go for econometric empirical analysis of AI interventions, its implications for productivity, for efficiency, we also have to be mindful of distribution of national income. Today morning, if you had a chance to read newspapers, you might have read stories that IT companies like Wipro, whichever IT company, Infosys, TCS, you look at, their stocks have not been performing well in last few days. Today, most newspapers have reported this phenomena. It is the AI at work there also. When IT companies make a big advancement to economy, rest of the economy was apprehensive of IT companies, that their apps, their applications, computer applications will render many people jobless. AI today has come to threaten existence of, that's what newspapers have reported, of ITs that were once perceived to be dinosaurs. In my view, stock markets have overreacted. It is not doomsday for IT companies in any which way, because AI will act in an economy, in a system through its applications. And applications of AI are going to be mediated by IT companies. Therefore, it's just that, in my view, there's a overreaction, unfounded reaction. In similar vein, many of us end up overreacting to AIs and its adverse implications. But its consequences are going to be substantial, severe, and realistic. This surely, one lesson that emerges is that we will have to prepare ourselves better. We will have to think of AIs to be a supplement that enhances our productivity. In other words, our skill, our educational attainment should be so that AI becomes a complementary skill, a complementary good. For us to reach that stage, be it at individual level or at a city level or national level, it will call, it calls upon, it warrants that we pay attention at individual level in improving our skill set, our knowledge, keep our knowledge multi-dimensional, interdisciplinary, and then so that we are able to use AI for our gains once more and more citizens gains, the ultimate gainer is going to be the society. So after all, competitiveness of any economy depends on competitiveness, productive abilities of individuals. The most difficult challenge to surmount is going to be level of motivations. Today we can learn as much as we want. There are no limits. AI enables that. But the level of motivation has become more important. When students come to class, there's some monitoring that happens. But today, the monitoring, the degree of learning outside of the class has gone up. And outside the class teaching, learning, their level of motivation, both in terms of how much we learn and what we learn, a lot is going to depend on motivation. And therefore, that's something that no AI can supply. So on that count, individual spirit level of motivation is going to be paramount. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir. The Department of Economics, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, is indebted with your presence today. With this, we formally declare the session open. We shall now break for a brief period of 15 minutes or so for tea, and will reconvene for a first session, which is on labor market and AI. Thank you. Audience is requested to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We will now break for tea, and everyone is requested to be back in 15 minutes or so for the next session.
Words of Jensen Huang, founder and CEO of NVIDIA, AI won't take your job, but someone using AI will. For centuries, every technological revolution has forced humanity to redefine work. Today, artificial intelligence stands as the next chapter in that story, not as a distant future, but as a present reality, quietly transforming how we learn, decide, and earn a living.
A very warm and energetic good morning to our respected principal, sir, esteemed guests, distinguished professors, and my dear friends. I, Devyani, along with Ashutosh, third year students of Economic Department, I am deeply honored to open session 1 on the topic labor market and AI, a theme that sits at the very heart of the modern economic debate.
Because today, the question is no longer will AI take our jobs? The real question is what kind of work will define us in an intelligent world? We are witnessing a shift where careers are becoming less about fixed roles and more about continuous reinvention.
And perhaps that is where the real story lies. AI doesn't merely replace labor, it reshapes the meaning of labor itself.
So today, we are not gathered here to debate fear versus hope. We are here to explore possibility, to understand whether AI acts as a substitute for labor or as a powerful supplement that expands human potential. And to guide us through these complex and exciting ideas, we are privileged to have an exceptional panel of speakers whose academic depth, policy experience, and industry insight promise a truly enriching discussion.
Ms. Shalini Gupta, Joint Director of the Indian Economic Service, currently posted at the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. An economist by training, she holds a bachelor degree in economics from Lady Shri Ram College, University of Delhi, and a master in economics from Jamia Millia Islamia. Since joining the Indian Economic Service in 2013, she has worked across diverse policy domains, include trade negotiation, ease of doing business reforms, startup ecosystem development, direct benefit transfer programs, digital governance, and economic regulation. Ms. Gupta brings valuable policy insights to discuss on the skill, technology, and labor market transformation. Ma'am, it's an honor to have you with us today.
May I now request Ms. Gurpinder Kaur and Dr. Nahid Praveen from Department of Economics, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, to kindly come forward and felicitate our respected speaker with a shawl, a planter, and a bust as a token of our gratitude. Could we have a huge round of applause? It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Amit Bajpai, lead. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Amit Bajpai, lead CSR, AI, cybersecurity, and legal compliance at Pentagon Tech Fusion Solutions Private Limited. A distinguished strategic leader with over 2 decades of experience, Mr. Bajpai has worked extensively across artificial intelligence, information and communication technology, skill development, corporate social responsibility, and healthcare initiatives. Throughout his professional journey, he has held several leadership roles, including serving as CEO for government projects at Softcon India, where he managed large-scale and multi-state initiatives, and as Chief Growth Consultant at Gravitas AI. With deep experience in stakeholder engagement, he has collaborated with key government ministries and national programs such as DDU-GKY and PMKVY, as well as CSR initiatives. Sir, we are truly honored to have you with us today.
May I request Mr. Amit Kumar Sharma and Mr. Dipanshu Yadav from the Economics Department, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, to kindly come forward and felicitate our respected speaker with a shawl, planter, and a bust as a token of gratitude.
It is now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Anish Mishra, Finance Secretary of the Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, one of India's largest trade union organizations representing millions of workers across diverse sectors. Through his work, Mr. Mishra actively engages with issues relating to labor welfare, employment security, industrial relations, and wage dynamics, bringing a strong grassroots perspective to the national conversations on labor policy. His experience representing workers' interests at policy platforms makes his insights especially significant as we examine how artificial intelligence influences employment structures and the future of work. His perspective reminds us that economic progress must remain inclusive, equitable, and socially responsible. Sir, we are truly grateful for your presence today.
May I now request Mr. Pankaj Yadav and Ms. Jasprit Kaur from the Economics Department, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, to kindly come forward and felicitate our speaker with a shawl planter and a bust as a token of appreciation. Have a huge round of applause. It's my privilege to introduce Professor Paramjeet, an accomplished economist and academician with nearly 3 decades of distinguished experience in teaching, research, and policy oriented scholarship. Currently serving as professor in the Department of Economics at the Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. He has been a guiding force in the postgraduate and doctoral education since 1997. Holding a PhD from Kurukshetra University, his expertise lie in development economics and econometrics. Beyond research, Professor Paramjit has played an active role in the curriculum development, academic governance, and advisory initiative within the University of Delhi, shaping generations of economists and researchers. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us today.
May I now request Dr. Jairam Meena and Mr. Arun Kaushal from the Department of Economics, Shahid Bhagat Singh College, to kindly come forward and felicitate our respected speaker with a shawl, a planter, and a bust as a token of appreciation.
A huge round of applause.
Thank you, sir. With such a distinguished panel before us, bringing together academic insight, policy experience, industry expertise, and the voice of labor, today's discussion promises a truly holistic understanding of how artificial intelligence is reshaping the world of work.
As students of economics and future professionals, we stand at the intersection of uncertainty and opportunity, reflecting on how policies, institutions, and individual choice must evolve in an AI driven world. With that, we invite our respected moderator, Professor Paramjeet, to kindly take the discussion forward and guide us through this insightful session. Over to you, sir.
Respected guests on the dais, Madam Shalini Gupta, Director Cabinet Secretariat, Anish Mishra ji, and Bajpai sir. So it is an honor for me to be here and discussing a topic which I think every researcher, students, or policy maker, and even a common man is trying to understand. Indian economy, a very diverse economy of the world. We have huge middle income group. and very skilled manpower, no doubt about it. When we see engineers, scientists from India at NASA or in every university of the US is originated from India. So it means we are producing skilled manpower. There is no doubt about it. But the challenge of today is how to calibrate this manpower with this emergence challenge of AI use. Already, India has witnessed the implication and applications of digital economy. We are the largest user of the digitalized world. In financial economics or financial market, we are using this digital world, making huge these digitized information. Banking system, direct benefit transfers from government policies, and many transactions from business world. We are making payments from different corners of the India, from a small village to the town and then metropolitan cities. We are making online payments. So this is a huge world of digitized economy. No doubt the challenge is here. What we need and where this AI we have to, how to make this use of AI friendly to this economy, especially the labor market. There is huge apprehension among policymakers, students, and even a common man, and unskilled or illiterate labor, even also, how this AI will affect them. The AI, as in the earlier session, Professor Ram Singh, who is an expert, has not only national exposure, international exposure. The market, it will definitely make non-competitive market to the competitive market. From monopolistic competition to a competition, making it to the competitive world. When AI will use the information, no doubt it will monopolize the information, but at the same times, when it will be used at a large scale, it will, it becomes a public good, like we have already witnessed from different use of platforms, web-based platforms. So then the virtue, the fruits of public goods, it will be benefited and distributed to everyone. So with these words, I am giving floor to the experts. Thank you.
Thank you for your opening words. I think you have done a great job at establishing the need for this discussion today. I now pass it on to Shalini ma'am to talk more about AI and transforming job in the Indian sector.
Yeah. In the interest of time, I'll try and keep as much as brief as possible. I'm going to just give you a perspective about what we are thinking within the government and how we are actually approaching AI, particularly in terms of the labor markets, and how we are looking at exploring the opportunities coming out of AI, not just the risks, but exploring the opportunities and seeing how we can actually take it forward. Next slide. Before I actually go in the technical part of it, I just want to spend like 1 minute on this particular slide. We are right now living in a very, very different fast paced economy. You can see that initially whatever automation and whatever breakthroughs were taking place, they were taking a huge and a large amount of time to actually get implemented. It took airlines for 60 years to actually reach 50 million. It took ATMs 18 years, computer 14 years. But now the kind of apps that we are dealing with, they are taking very the penetration of these apps in terms of reaching the larger audience, it's taking much smaller period of time. You can see chat gpt just took 2 months to reach 100 million users. It became the fastest growing application in the internet history. It was taken over by threads, that's another point, but this is the world that we are living in. Initially, all the automation that we were seeing, we had a huge amount of time to actually adapt, to see how exactly what sectors it's going to be impacting, how we can adapt to that, and then we were able to formulate our policies. But now the time is very critical. The technology is outpacing the policymakers, I would say, in this sense. And AI is not new. AI actually came up in 1930s with Alan Turing's computing machine. The term AI per se came in 1950s. There were lots of breakthroughs that happened in the middle. None of those breakthroughs. There was also a AI winter period in between, because we realized that a lot of what we were planning, our entire technology ecosystem were not adapting in terms of implementation. But what happened in 2020s when the LLM models came into picture, this completely transformed the way AI got implemented. And now we are looking at artificial general intelligence kind of models. And in fact, here I would say 2023, Professor Marcus from New York University mentioned that we will take at least 50 years to reach to the human-like intelligence models. But recently in the news, if you see, they are saying that now maybe in a decade or maybe like 5 years down the line, we may be able to hit something like a human-like intelligence model. So this is what is happening in the last 5 to 6 years, is just a glimpse of what's going to take place in the next 20 years. And therefore the uncertainty, and this, I just want you to keep this in the background whenever we are talking about any discussion we are having with respect to AI. Now, there are various challenges. Obviously, labor and the job losses part is just one of the challenges that we are facing. And your typical textbook case, the labor market contracting or labor market expanding, this is now no longer the case with AI. We are actually seeing a very transformational impact on the labor market, and there internally within sectors and across sectors. There are some positives and some negatives. And therefore, textbook kind of a model, it's very difficult for us to understand whether it is positive all in all or negative all in all. So it's a mix of all of that. There are obviously privacy breaches that we are dealing with. A lot of these models, they started with a data set which was taken without consent. Obviously, they had to train on a larger data set, so there are privacy breaches. There are problems about misinformations. AI generated fake content obviously is coming up. There are biases among all of these AI models. Copyright infringements. Now there are lots of musicians, artists, writers, poets. They have filed cases against these companies dealing with these LLM models, because what they, as an artist, what they were doing over a period of time, in a couple of years, now AI can do that in a couple of seconds. So with that in mind, a lot of copyright infringement cases are also coming up, and that is also, as a policymaker, we are dealing with how to handle. One very specific point with respect to India is the pace of innovation and the unequal distribution. The way ChatGPT, OpenAI, and everything came up, the kind of models that they were trained with, the kind of data sets they were using, it was not India specific. And a lot of the use cases that were emerging out of that was not what India wanted. And therefore, the application of those models as it is in India was not possible. And therefore, we realized that there is an unequal distribution in terms of the impact of the AI model in India, which therefore needed an India strategy of AI. So we needed a very different strategy, and therefore we thought that these are the things that we have to handle separately. Now, obviously, because there are so many challenges, there was a need for a regulation. We did a huge analysis in terms of what regulations we should bring in place in terms of regulating the AI on all of the aspects that I've just mentioned. But what we realized was that every country was rushing to actually come up with a regulation. EU came with their EU Act, G7 came with their own voluntary codes, Canada, Japan, US, Australia, everybody was coming up with some or the other codes. We did an assessment and we realized that what India needed is not a very high regulatory policy in terms of AI. We wanted a very balanced approach. Balance in the sense because we wanted the startup and other ecosystem to do innovation. Too much is going to not allow that innovation to happen. So therefore, we followed a very balanced approach, and our prism was primarily user harm. So user harm in the sense that whatever AI can create harm to any entity, let us try and contain that part. But if AI can be used for an innovation, let us allow that innovation to happen. And therefore we realize that all our existing regulatory frameworks, whether it is the former IPC or the IT Act regulations, all of that takes care of that user harm. If anybody does anything harm using AI, we have a penal provision already in our existing legal frameworks. And obviously the data protection part, the Data Protection Act came up in a very timely fashion when obviously ChatGPT and all were picking up. So that also takes care of that. Recently we've come up with a deepfake regulation, because obviously that part needed a regulation, a very quick impact on the regulation, so that we have amended separately. But right now, in terms of the legal approach, we are quite safe and comfortable in terms of how we are regulating AI per se. So India's approach is primarily, I mean, the first line is very important, because what our assessment showed was that if left to its own, the use of AI is neither fair nor equitable nor balanced nor inclusive. So we realized we cannot adapt the worldwide models of AI as it is in India, because it's just for a handful of people, just for a handful set of problems that they were solving. They were not solving the larger problems in the country. And therefore, we had a separate approach, like I said, the India strategy for AI, where we were looking for using AI for the good, AI for all, so that everybody has some benefits coming out of use of AI. And recently, if you see, Niti Aayog has come up with another paper which was on Mission Digital Shram Setu, where for the labor part specifically, they're focusing now on the informal sector. So in the Indian labor ecosystem, we are still largely dependent on the informal workers. So we are now exploring and trying to see what AI can help the informal labor sector as well separately. So there's a separate work going on in terms of identifying the labor impact on that. Now, these are just some examples just to give you an idea of what initial innovation in AI actually helped India do. So there are some startups that have actually helped us detect breast cancer early using some machine learning and AI tools. There are some startups that are helping us read X-rays and CT scans to identify abnormalities. We have now Bhashini, which allows us to translate from one language to another language very easily. So internet accessibility of even people living in the remote parts of the country is now better, because AI allows us to do that, and because Bhashini has been able to adapt and give us a better way of language translations. Then agriculture sector, education sector, every sector is getting impacted, and each and every sector we are now trying to identify the problem areas and how AI can help us find a solution to that problem area. So India's specific solution to India's specific problems is what we're looking at. Uh, Also, in the initial assessment, what we realized was that there are certain things that India doesn't have, and we have to be mindful of that. That okay, there are these gaps that we have identified, and unless we work on those gaps, there are always going to be some of the other problems. So, first and the foremost important gap that was identified was the GPU capacity. Now, AI needs some sort of very high processing GPUs. Now, India does not have enough infrastructure on GPUs. So we realized that a large part of money on the India AI mission has to go on expanding the GPU capacity. So we've done almost a 45% of the India AI mission budget, which is 10,000 crore, is going on expanding the GPU capacity. And what we have created something called Eravat. This is an open public shared infrastructure for the startups. For the first initial 6 months, it's free for any startup to come and use the GPU capacity. Up to a limited capacity they are allowed. After that, they are charged a very nominal fee. As compared to other countries, this is much cheaper. So now this allows the startup ecosystem to actually do that innovation using AI in India. Similarly, we are now working on an India-specific LLM model. We are also creating an AI coach, mind it not personal data, but anonymized data, clean anonymized data. And as economists, I'm sure all of you know that the government data sets in the clean form is sometimes not easily available, and it becomes a problem for the startup ecosystem to actually work and do innovation on that. So that AI public data sets is something that we're working on, so that anyone and anybody who wants to use anonymized data and want to run their prototypes, run their algorithms, and see what impact it can give, what new innovations they can do. So that part we are allowing them to do through AI coach. Similarly, we're looking at sector specific skilling. We are also financing the startups with specific problem solution. Wherever they come up with some specific problem areas and they're giving solutions to it, we are financing the specific startups also in that case. Now, I think Paramjeet sir mentioned about this fear of automation taking jobs. So it it is not that it's a new debate. It's not a new conversation at all. Whenever there have been automations, there have been discussions about them replacing jobs. And the only difference right now here is that, okay, when computers were replacing typewriters, we knew, okay, typewriting skills will now no longer be required. Some sort of computer typing which is on the QWERTY keypad, it will be required. So we knew specifically that what kind of skills are going to go, what kind of skills are going to come. With AI, the problem is that we don't have a clear precedence and we don't have a clear future also at the same time. We don't know what it's going to do in the next 5 years. So we don't know what kind of new skills will be required. So we have to anticipate and predict. And therefore, a lot of impact of AI on jobs, I would say, is still very uncertain. I'm not denying the fact that it is positive or negative, but it is uncertain definitely. Now, in the current form, the way we're looking at AI, it is doing tasks, it's not doing jobs. It's still not doing jobs. So in that sense, whatever jobs, existing jobs are there, AI is helping us do them better. So from that perspective, AI will not replace jobs in the current form, definitely. But like I said, AI general intelligence, once it comes into picture, it might replace humans. It might replace jobs in that sense. So from a policymaker perspective, I'm not saying that all of these concerns are exaggerated and we should not look at them. They are genuine concerns. Jobs are going to go, but there are going to be transformations. Some jobs will be replaced by other jobs. Some new jobs are going to come. Some new sectors are picking up. And also, some of the existing jobs will have to modify. They will have to change the way they are actually implementing. Certain tasks are getting implemented. So AI won't replace people, but people who use AI will replace people who don't use AI. So that is what internally internalized ourselves as policymakers, we've internalized this part, and therefore we are working in this direction. These are just some examples. We have a lot of studies that show, okay, this sector will have positive impact, this sector negative. We've looked at all of them. We are seriously looking at them, also looking at Indian versions of some of these studies, but it is still very unpredictable. I mean, every sector is very different. Every approach, India's rate of adoption of AI is also very different as compared to other countries. So we are still exploring what and how it's going to impact different sectors. You saw recently IT sector stocks crashed, and one of those reasons was mentioned as AI-led disruption. So the fear is real. I'm saying, I'm not denying the fact that it may or may not impact it, but we have to be prepared for that. We have to look at the opportunities. Now, keeping this in mind, in terms of creating a talent pool, is what India is working on. Is what from the government side we are trying to see, that whatever talent is required in terms of use of this AI, and in terms of sectors seamlessly transforming from a non-AI to a AI sector, what area should we look at? And the approaches, and there are different varied approaches, different ministries are working on this. And we are looking at not one segment, we are looking at all segments. We're looking at tier 2, tier 3 cities. There are some data AI labs that we are working on. We're looking at women in particular. We are looking at people who are already in workforce. So a lot of industries themselves, they are getting incentivized. Future Skill Prime program of Ministry of Electronics IT looks at existing people in the IT industry getting free IT training, AI related training. Then we are focusing on schools. We're focusing on the students from the age group, from the class 9 to 10th. We're also focusing on ITIs and NSTIs, so that there are new courses coming up. I think the approach is manifold. Obviously, it is not enough. I can understand that whatever we are doing right now is needs to be needs to outpace the amount of technology transformation that is happening. But at the same time, we are making our effort to try and identify what is required. The entire curriculum framework, last year there was the DGT ecosystem had every 2 years they completely changed their curriculums. In that curriculum, AI was one of the most important topic that came up in terms of new course structure that has to be introduced. And I'll leave you with this part. There is a national program on AI skilling framework report. And one thing that I really liked about this report was that they focused on three aspects: AI for all, AI for many, and AI for few. So the idea is that there is some sort of understanding of AI which everybody needs. So that we'll focus on AI for all related courses. then there are some sort of courses which are AI for many. Especially the sectors which are transforming, that will go in the AI for many part. And obviously, the ones that are working on these LLM models and creating new algorithms and all, they need a different set of training and different set of curriculum altogether. So that is AI for few, and therefore we are working on these three aspects separately. So I understand labor is a very sensitive subject in India and abroad everywhere, but the kind of efforts that we are making, we are trying to see how we can internalize, how we can make things easier for us to transform in an AI led world. I'll stop here, and if there are any questions, I think we'll take it in the end or now. Huh. Yeah, thank you.
The floor is now open for questions. Yes, there.
My name is Amanpal, and I am a bachelor's. I'm currently pursuing bachelor's in economics honors. So my question is from Shalini ma'am that she has mentioned that the AIs that were developed like ChatGPT is not trained for Indian models. But I recently heard a newspaper that there is a company called Servam AI, and it's building AIs that are trained on the Indian models. So I would like to ma'am कि थोड़ा expand करें उस topic पे कैसे हो
Yeah, you're very right. Sarvam AI is the startup that is working on the Indian LLM models, and they've, I think, done some breakthrough recently, and they are getting funding from the India AI mission. In that particular slide, I don't know if I can show you again. So basically, what this startup is doing, we realize that a lot of these data sets that we are using to train these algorithms that are not suitable for India. They don't use Indian languages, they don't use Indian images, they don't use Indian data sets, and also the data set is stored outside India, which is also another security issue. So then, therefore, what we have done is we have given this task and Sarvam AI, because they've done some work in the past. They are working on creating this Indian part of the LLM models. So there is not much available right now in the public domain because a lot of what they've done is not fully out. But some pieces of work that they've done is available online, which you can check. I think they have some. I think they have a website where they talk about 2 or 3 products that they already have. But the detailed LLM model, I think it will take some more time. Some breakthrough has happened recently, but not fully. Yeah.
Any other question, anyone? Yes.
Any other questions? Oh.
Yes, you can start.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Dhruv. I'm currently pursuing economics honors second year student. So my question is that as we know that after the integration of AI into jobs as well, so it will increase the unemployment rate of India, like the natural rate also. So how is the government looking at options like unemployment insurances and other insurances which will be helpful in tackling these issues?
So instead of looking, because I also look at direct benefit transfers, so we are not trying to expand welfare payments because we are trying to adopt the transformation in the sector. So therefore, we are focusing more on education and skilling, so that unemployment, if at all it happens because of job losses, can be curtailed as much as possible. And before even, I mean, all the students and all the ITI graduates who are in the ecosystem, they need to be trained to adapt to AI right now, because if they adapt, they will get better job opportunities, and maybe what they were getting skilled, I mean, whatever 1 year 2 year courses they are doing, that may not be relevant after 2 years. So we are trying to, in the middle of their courses itself, we are trying to see how we can transform their courses, add new modules which is more industry relevant. And one more thing that the government has done is recently, especially in the vocational education training ecosystem, we have started involving industry directly. So for example, if there's some breakthrough work going on in the National Green Hydrogen Mission, National Green Hydrogen Ecosystem. Now, there are no investments in India as of now. They're just projected investments. But we know by the time in 2027 or 2028, when the first plant is going to commission, we know, okay, there are these kinds of skills that these kinds of labor would be required, these kinds of high end managers would be required, these kinds of technology would be required. So we are doing an assessment, we are asking the industry to do an assessment of what they want, and then come back and tell us what you want us to teach the students, and they are in fact sending experts also to teach. And here a lot of the we are also getting support from a lot of other countries, and I'll just quote because I have been negotiating with certain other countries for skill mobility outside India as well. And in one of my conversations with a German counterpart, so they said that traditionally we were the ones giving support to India, and German companies and German ecosystem, German educational institutions, they've always been investing a lot on the Indian ITI ecosystem. This time they said that we want to learn from India, and we want to learn how India do digital, and we want to learn how India is now trying to incorporate AI into their course structure. So they said that this time it's not going to be India learning, but we learning from India. So this is the kind of change because of what we are doing in terms of our curriculum. Little bit of pieces. I will not say that we have reached what we are supposed to be reaching, but a lot of what we are expecting, that is actually giving results. So let's not focus more on the employment allowances. If there are other better ways of making the worker more compliant, more ready for the market, ready for the labor market, it is a better opportunity for the labor. Why would we want the labor to sit at home and get money when they can actually be trained and be employed in a much better get much better opportunities?
We'll keep it at 2 questions, ma'am. Thank you so much for the comprehensive view on the Indian AI landscape and the policy responses. I now pass the mic to Mr. Anish to talk more about labor market and AI.
Okay.
We'd like to take a moment to thank Professor Paramjeet for joining us today. Unfortunately, due to some other commitments, he has to leave early. Can I have a huge round of applause for Sir for moderating this session so wonderfully? Thank you so much, sir. We're grateful for your presence here today. Right. I welcome back Mr. Anish for his address.
मंच पर उपस्थित भारत सरकार में डायरेक्टर शालिनी गुप्ता जी, श्रीमान अमित वाजपेयी जी, परमजीत जी अभी तक हमारे साथ थे, वो यहाँ के फैकल्टी मेंबर्स और मेरे छात्र साथियों इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ मैं कि मैं भी डीयू का स्टूडेंट रहा हूँ, मैं इकोनॉमिक्स मेरा सब्जेक्ट रहा है और डीयू की छात्र राजनीति में भी था। 92 में पास आउट किया मैंने। जब भी डीयू के चुनाव होते थे आपके कॉलेज में लगातार, जब कालका जी में था तब से लेकर के यहाँ तक आना जाना रहा। और इस कार्यक्रम की रेलिवेंसी भी इसलिए है कि जैसा कि आज के इस सेशन का जो सब्जेक्ट है लेबर मार्केटिंग एंड एआई, भविष्य की वर्कफोर्स हमारे सामने बैठी हुई है और इसका एआई का जो सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ने वाला है, जो वर्तमान में हमारी वर्कफोर्स है उस पर तो पड़ेगा ही पड़ेगा, लेकिन भविष्य की वर्कफोर्स तो उसका बहुत पड़ेगा। जैसे कि अभी पहले वाले सेशन में, इनॉग्रेशन सेशन में बताया कि अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है और चैलेंज भी है। ये हमारे ऊपर है, हम इसको अपॉर्चुनिटी की तरह लेते हैं या चैलेंज हमारे सामने है रहेगा, हम कितना टिक पाएंगे। लेबर को थोड़ा समझना होगा, लेबर वास्तव में क्या है। जब हम लेबर शब्द सुनते हैं, वर्कर शब्द सुनते हैं, मजदूर शब्द सुनते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि सर पर वजन उठाने वाला आदमी या ठेला खींचने वाला आदमी वही होता है, लेकिन वास्तव में ऐसा नहीं है। जो भी श्रम करके पैसा कमाता है, श्रम शारीरिक भी हो सकता है, श्रम बौद्धिक भी हो सकता है, वो सभी मजदूर हैं, वो सभी लेबर हैं, वो सभी वर्कफोर्स है। और भारत की कुल आबादी का 65% हिस्सा वर्क फोर्स है। अभी सवेरे विजेंद्र गुप्ता जी ने भी बताया था, सीआर राम सिंह जी ने किसी ने बताया था कि भारत की आबादी का 65% वर्क फोर्स है। वास्तव में आज एआई से हम भाग नहीं सकते, एआई से अलग नहीं हो सकते, एआई के बिना कल्पना नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन एआई पर निर्भर भी नहीं रह सकते। आज हमें लगता है कि कोरोना के बाद से भारत के अंदर एआई का बहुत ज्यादा प्रभाव दिखाई दिया। हम लेबर मार्केट की बात करें तो हम सभी हम लोग 17, 18, 20 साल से ऊपर के हैं यहाँ पर। सबसे छोटी आयु वाला भी 18, 19 साल का होगा। कोरोना से पहले हर गली मोहल्ले के अंदर कोने पर दुकान होती थी। उस दुकान को चलाने में कितने लोग लगते थे? दिन में व्यक्ति बैठता था, तो जब वो इधर उधर सामान लेने जाता उसकी पत्नी बैठती होगी, स्कूल से आने के बाद उसके बच्चे भी बैठते होंगे। जब से ये सीधा प्लेटफॉर्म वर्कर जब से आया, कितना प्रभाव पड़ा? एआई का ही पार्ट है वो। देखने में लगता है कि जोमेटो होगा, स्विगी होगा, अमेजोन होगा, लेकिन वास्तव में कितने लोग, चेन ऑफ वर्कर्स पूरी की पूरी आज गायब है। हम सबके परिवारों में भी बहुत सारे इस प्रकार के काम होंगे। तो वास्तव में एक बार समझना पड़ेगा वास्तव में एआई का इंपैक्ट क्या है। वास्तव में पिछले एक दशक में, पिछले 10 सालों में दुनिया जितनी बदली है, दुनिया का हमारा इतिहास पुराना है, उतना बदलाव इससे पहले नहीं देखा कभी भी। उस बदलाव का श्रेय कहो या दोष कहो, जो मर्जी कहो, अपॉर्चुनिटी के नाते लेंगे तो श्रेय कहेंगे, चैलेंजेस के सामने हम हार गए, पिछड़ गए, तो फिर वो दोष होगा। लेकिन पिछले समय को देखते हुए हमें संभावित परिवर्तन, जो आने वाले समय के अंदर हमारे पास क्या क्या चैलेंजेस आने वाले हैं, उन पर विचार करना बहुत आवश्यक है। विचार सभी को करना होगा, जो इसे प्रभावित करने वाले हैं वो लोग, जो इसके लिए नीतियां बनाने वाले हैं वो लोग, और सोसाइटी, समाज के नाते हम सबकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है हम सब इसके बारे में सोचें। वास्तव में जो रिफॉर्म्स के बाद से, रिफॉर्म्स की हम बात करते हैं तो भारत के अंदर जो अर्थशास्त्र के लोग, जो उनको ध्यान होगा, 90s के बाद से एलपीजी आया, लिबरलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, उसके बाद से रिफॉर्म आने आरंभ हुए। उसका तो ग्रोथ तो हो रही है, हम पेपर में पढ़ते हैं, सरकारी रिपोर्ट्स पढ़ते हैं कि जीडीपी लगातार बढ़ रही है, लेकिन वास्तव जॉबलेस ग्रोथ है। वास्तव में एक जो ग्रोथ की तुलना हम कैसे कर सकते हैं? व्यक्ति कितना खुश रहता है अपने आप में। जो पुराने लोग हैं, जिनकी आयु 45-50 साल से ज्यादा है, उन्होंने बचपन देखा होगा, पहले का परिवार संतुष्ट था या आज का परिवार संतुष्ट ज्यादा है? पहले कम कमाता होगा लेकिन संतुष्टि का भाग उसका ज्यादा होगा। आज कमाने के पीछे भाग दौड़ के अंदर अपनी भी आत्मसंतुष्टि सबको खोई दे रहा है वो। तो वास्तव में ये जो एआई का प्रभाव सबसे ज्यादा किस पर पड़ा? हमारे एम्प्लॉयमेंट पर। एआई की आवश्यकता कहां पर है? ऐसी जगह पर जहां पर मनुष्य काम नहीं कर सकता, अंतरिक्ष के अंदर देश को आगे बढ़ना है, अंतरिक्ष के अंदर, हेल्थ सेक्टर के अंदर जो हार्डियस इंडस्ट्री है, खतरनाक इंडस्ट्री, यहाँ पर व्यक्ति काम करेगा तो उसको खतरा को, वहां पर एआई को निश्चित रूप से बढ़ना चाहिए। लेकिन ऐसे क्षेत्रों में एआई जहां पर व्यक्ति बेरोजगार हो, काम से बाहर हो और मशीन काम करे। अभी मुझे चीन जाने का मौका मिला पिछले महीने जनवरी में। वहां पर वो रोबोटिक सेंटर है, वहां पर जो डेवलपमेंट रोबोट कर रहे हैं वो हमें वहां पर लेकर के गए। वहां पर उन्होंने दिखाया कि एक रोबोट आइसक्रीम दे रहा है। उन्होंने बोला कि हम इसको सड़क पर लाने वाले हैं, हर कियोस्क लगेगा। तो मेरे मन में कल्पना है कि मान लो भारत के अंदर इस प्रकार से हम करेंगे तो क्या फर्क पड़ेगा हमारे ऊपर। मजदूर क्षेत्र में काम करता हूं, मजदूरों का प्रतिनिधित्व करता हूं, तो तुरंत ध्यान में आया कितने लोग बेरोजगार होंगे। हाँ, देखने में अच्छा लगेगा, एक कॉइन डालेंगे या उसका बटन दबाएंगे, जो भी हमारा पेमेंट सिस्टम है उसे पेमेंट करेंगे और रोबोट आइसक्रीम डाल करके मेरे हाथ में दे देगा। देखने में, सुनने में बहुत अच्छा है, हम विकास कर रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तव में विकास है क्या है ये? अगर जो हमारे सारे काम एआई करने लगे, भारत आज दुनिया का सबसे बड़ी आबादी वाला देश है, जब रोबोट काम करेगा तो खाली कौन बैठेगा? हम बैठेंगे। व्यक्ति खाली बैठेगा तो क्या करेगा? एक कहावत है ना, खाली दिमाग शैतान का घर। तो क्या होगा? समाज पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा? ऑटोमेशन के दबाव में आज चाहे दुनिया में आगे बढ़ने का वो हो, दौड़ हो, लेबर वर्कफोर्स लगातार सरप्लस हो रही है। अभी सवेरे बता रहे थे कि राम सिंह जी कि ड्राइवरलेस गाड़ी आएगी। अभी मेरे को आपके कॉलेज में आने में 2.1 किलोमीटर था, मैं देख रहा था, मेरे को आने में वहां पे आधा घंटा लगा, और लगभग 2-3 हजार गाड़ियां होंगी पूरे इस 2 किलोमीटर के अंदर। 2 किलोमीटर के अंदर 2000 गाड़ियां, सारी गाड़ी ड्राइवरलेस हो, उसमें से कम आधी गाड़ियां तो ओला उबर ये सब वाली थी। 2 किलोमीटर के अंदर कितने बेरोजगार खड़े हुए? 500-700 हजार। अगर जो पूरे भारत की बात करेंगे तो कितने लोग होंगे? एक बड़ी संख्या होगी। फिर वही बात, खाली दिमाग शैतान का घर। भारत के अंदर जो हमारी वर्कफोर्स है उसके अंदर मोर देन 90% इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर में है या सेमी इनफॉर्मल है। ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के अंदर, या हम फॉर्मल सेक्टर कह सकते हैं, मुश्किल 6-7-8% होगा, जिसमें सरकारी कर्मचारी आते हैं या जिनका रेगुलर जॉब होता है। सबसे ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ने वाला उन्हीं 90% लोगों में है। मैं तो कहता हूं, आज हम कॉलेज के अंदर बात कर रहे हैं, अगर जो एआई पढ़ाने लगेगा तो बच्चे शायद कॉलेज में नहीं आएंगे। तो मतलब शायद जो आज पढ़ा रहे हैं उनके सामने समस्या नहीं आएगी, जो आज हमारे सामने बैठे हैं उनके सामने समस्या आ सकती है। वास्तव में हमें सोचना पड़ेगा कि हमें यही आवश्यक है, उससे पीछे हम नहीं हट सकते। पीछे हटेंगे तो हम पिछड़ जाएंगे। एक एआई को कितना लेके जाना, बार बार बात आ रही थी, मैडम ने भी अभी बात की, एथिकल एआई। हमें रेगुलेशन ही बना देंगे हम इस पर। क्या एआई हमारे कंट्रोल में रहेगा? व्यक्ति के अंदर, मानव के अंदर एक भाव होता है, मुझे ठीक रहना है। भगवान ने उसको शक्ति दी है, भगवान ने उसको विवेक दिया है। क्या एआई के अंदर वो विवेक रह पाएगा? हमने रेगुलेशन ही बना दिया। व्यक्ति को आज कानून का डर होता है, सजा का डर होता है, समाज का डर होता है। एआई के अंदर वो भावना नहीं होती, वो संवेदनशीलता नहीं होती। उसे किसका डर होगा? क्या जो बनाने वाला, जो एआई बनाने वाला, हम कई सारी पिक्चरें देखते हैं, वो कौन सी आई थी पिक्चर, वो अपना ऋतिक रोशन था जिसके अंदर वो चश्मा लगा करके करता है, क्या नाम था पिक्चर का बच्चों? शायद नींद आ रही है सबको। क्रिश, हाँ, एआई था वो भी, है ना? उसके अंदर भी जो इनोवेशन जो करा था उसका फादर। तो कुल मिलाकर के वो कंट्रोल में रह पाएगा क्या? आज हम रेगुलेशन बना देंगे तो कुल मिलाकर कहां पर प्रयोग करना? देश की सुरक्षा के लिए एआई का प्रयोग करना, जहां पर संभावित, जैसा कि मैंने बोला, जहां संभावित खतरे हैं, व्यक्ति काम नहीं कर सकता, जान जोखिम में पड़ती है। हम दिल्ली में रहने वाले लोग हैं, दिल्ली के अंदर अखबारों में पढ़ते हैं, हर 5-6 महीने के अंदर खबर हो जाती है कि सीवर में काम करने वाला व्यक्ति दम घुटने से मर गया, जहरीली गैस के कारण से उसका दम घुट गया और वो अपना जीवन उसने समाप्त कर दिया। ऐसे स्थान पर प्रयोग होना चाहिए। लेकिन एक व्यक्ति को काम से हटा करके उसकी जगह एक मशीन को काम दे दें हम, ये न्याय वाली बात नहीं होगी। एआई के कारण से बड़े और छोटे का गैप बढ़ जाएगा। अभी ऐसे ही एकेडमिक लोग बैठे थे, उनके साथ बात चल रही थी अभी कुछ महीने पहले, कि भारत के अंदर छोटे और बड़े का जो फर्क है, जो एकदम बड़ा नहीं है, ठीक ठाक है, या छोटा, 350 गुना फर्क है उसके अंदर फाइनेंशियल। अगर जो इस दिशा में और आगे बढ़ते गए, बेलगाम आगे बढ़ते गए, आगे तो बढ़ना है लेकिन बेलगाम आगे नहीं बढ़ना, तो ये गैप कितना होगा? शायद कंट्रोल से बाहर होगा। जब गैप ज्यादा बढ़ता है तो क्या होता है? अनरेस्ट आता है। अनरेस्ट आता है तो क्या होता है? हमारे अड़ोस पड़ोस में क्या हो रहा है? भारत के अंदर ऐसा संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि भारत की जो नींवें हैं, भारत की जो फाउंडेशन है, वो इस प्रकार की नहीं है। लेकिन दुनिया से हम अछूते नहीं रह सकते। इन सब बातों को सोचना होगा। किसी एक की जिम्मेदारी नहीं है, ट्रेड यूनियन के नाते हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, समाज के नाते आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, सरकार के नाते सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, हम सबको मिलकर के एआई से बच नहीं सकते, ये सच है, लेकिन एआई को किस विवेक के साथ, किस सीमा के साथ हमें आगे बढ़ना है, हमें देखना है, और मुझे लगता है कि हम सब मिलकर के सोचेंगे, सही दिशा में सही तरीके से आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir, for bringing that human insight into the progress of AI. I think it is often overlooked when talking about numbers and productivity and optimization. We now open the floor for questions. Are there any questions? All right, I believe not. I now pass.
एआई का एडॉप्शन हो रहा है हमारे सोसाइटी में, क्या भविष्य में हम ऐसा देख सकते हैं कि एआई मजदूर संघ भी आ जाए? अगर वो आ जाए तो इसके फाइनेंस सेक्रेटरी कौन होगा?
बताने में छूट गया, वास्तव में एआई आना जरूरी भी है। मजदूर संघ के नाते हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि आप एक बार स्किल हो गए, लेकिन एआई के कारण आपको बार बार स्किल होना पड़ेगा, री स्किल होना पड़ेगा, अब स्किल होना पड़ेगा। अभी तक क्या होता था, किसी आदमी ने आईटीआई में काम करा, इंजीनियरिंग की, कोई भी अपने काम किया, एक बार के जीवन भर काम कर सकते, 60 साल की उम्र तक काम करते, लेकिन अब ऐसा नहीं होगा। आज अब जिस एआई पर आप स्किल ले रहे हो, 1 साल बाद, 6 महीने बाद, 2 साल बाद वो और बढ़ जाएगा, आपको री स्किल करना पड़ेगा। तो हम सभी को एआई का लाभ लेना ही पड़ेगा, और एआई से लड़ने के लिए एआई समझना जरूरी है। बिना समझे हम एआई से नहीं लड़ सकते।
Any other questions? Does he have a question?
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, आई एम अरशद फ्रॉम हिस्ट्री ऑनर्स। तो सर मेरा सवाल था, जैसे मैं एक हेल्थ केयर की रिपोर्ट देख रहा था सर, जो 17 से 25 साल के बीच में जो एज है सर, उन पे एआई का ज़्यादा यूज़ करने से क्या होगा, उनका जो क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग है सर उस पर नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट पड़ रहा है। तो सर इसका एनालिसिस मैं जब किया तो मैं थोड़ा इस पर रिसर्च कर रहा था कुछ दिन से सर, इससे क्या होगा कि जो हमारी पॉलिसी मेकिंग होगी उस पर इम्पैक्ट होगी सर। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है। तो सर इसका सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट नेगेटिव क्या है कि हमारी जो पॉलिसी मेकिंग होगी उस पर इम्पैक्ट होगा सर। लेकिन हम ज़्यादातर डिबेट करते हैं जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी, लाइक अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ जाएगी, लेकिन सर बैलेंस बनाने की मुझे जैसा लगता है कि सर अगर हम एक तरफ जैसे इस पे टूरिज्म सेक्टर पे इससे जॉब भी बढ़ेगा सर, अगर आप एआई को लगाते हैं तो सर उस पे टूरिज्म जो हमारा भी है उस पे जॉब बढ़ेगा। लेकिन जैसे सर आपने बात किया कि नहीं, अगर हम रोबोट सिस्टम लाते हैं तो ये क्या होगा, जैसे आपने कहा कुछ कार्स हैं उस पर अगर खुद चलने लग जाए तो अगर भारत में देखते हैं तो लाखों लोगों की जॉब चली जाएगी। तो सर दोनों के बीच में अगर हम बैलेंस बनाना चाहें तो सर इसके लिए आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
ठीक बात है आपकी। आपने सबसे पहले बोला कि जो बच्चा 14-17 साल का वो करता है। मैं साइंस का स्टूडेंट नहीं हूँ, लेकिन जो मैंने सुना है कि हमारा जो ब्रेन होता है, उस ब्रेन का जो उसकी क्षमता है उसका बहुत कम परसेंटेज हम उसका प्रयोग करते हैं। मुझे लगता है कि जब से बच्चों ने एआई का प्रयोग करना शुरू किया है, वो से उतना भी प्रयोग नहीं कर पाते, उतना भी नहीं करते होंगे। और एक बात चली है, शायद उस टाइम के बच्चे आज यहाँ पहुंच गए होंगे। कोविड के टाइम पर जब घर बैठ करके एग्जाम हो रहा था, शायद कॉलेजों में अब पूछा जाता है कि ये 10th और 12th कोविड का है क्या, तो एआई का कमाल है, वो उसको किस नजर से देखते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि आपकी बात ठीक है, लेकिन हर देश की अलग स्थिति होती है, डेमोग्राफी अलग प्रकार की होती है। जापान के बारे में सोचेंगे कि वहां पे सारी एज पॉपुलेशन है, वहां पर काम करने वाले नहीं है, वहां पे काम करने वालों की जरूरत है। लेकिन जापान का फार्मूला भारत के अंदर प्रयोग नहीं कर सकते हम। भारत को भारत के हिसाब सोचना पड़ेगा। हाँ, एआई से जॉब आएंगे, ठीक है, लेकिन जाएंगे कितने, दोनों को बैलेंस करके सोचना पड़ेगा। मान लो 10 लाख लोग जॉब जाते हैं और 10,000 आ रहे हैं, तो 9,90,000 का क्या होगा। तो इसीलिए मैंने बोला ना कि हमें इसका बैलेंस्ड प्रयोग करना पड़ेगा।
Thank you so much, sir, for your session.
I would.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, sir. I have a question for both of you. If we look at the political economy of the labor market and the AI, so don't you think with the coming up of the AI, the worker is working less for himself and working more for the capital owners?
and we have a tax base which impacts more of the labors and less on the capital. So I think we should think about the changing of the taxation base so that we can implement the AI, integrate the AI with the labor market. So what are your views on this?
I think what you are mentioning is the trend that is going on across the world. So, in all the sectors, we are seeing capitalism taking over. Obviously, there are these companies, MNCs, and if you see all of the routine, like Sir was also mentioning about the self entrepreneurship type of activities, they are actually coming down, and all of that is getting outsourced to an agency or a company, which is actually now employing these laborers. So, the self entrepreneurship and the self activities are actually coming down. Now that this entire ecosystem has changed over a period of time, it is impossible for us to now stop those MNCs to come and you tell people, everybody, to go back and do your own business, because that per se survival of that individual business will be very different. But what we have looked at is that some of those companies can actually compete with startups, and some of these startups, and India is the most one of the most, I think, if I keep Israel separately out of this list, then we are among the top in terms of the innovation that these startups are now doing. And that is one area that is now creating a competition to this capitalist ecosystem, and therefore some sort of self employment generation opportunities lie in those areas. So I would say taxation is like sort of like an automatic outcome of the way this entire ecosystem is evolving. So if there are companies will be taxed. Taxation is also on companies. Obviously, some part of it goes to the employee also, and obviously that part, if you're employed, if you're getting money, your part gets taxed. The debate about whether the taxation rate is higher or lower, that's a separate. I'm not getting into that debate. But because you are now in a formal ecosystem, there are certain exemptions that cannot be given. So now that things have changed, how do we bring that back? Is a big question, and that may or may not be good for the economy. I don't know, but I would say that that the overall trend, the overall capturing of these sectors by an MNC culture, which has become very prevalent now in almost all sectors, it has become a normal, and it's becoming difficult for even the government to now say that we will not have MNCs, we will have some other ecosystem in place. So it's difficult. I don't have a ready full answer to your question, but I would say it's a step in that direction, trying to see if we can have our own Indian ecosystem of some of these alternatives to some of these cultures that we have created over time. I don't have a full answer, sorry, but yeah, it's
I have a small question for you. I was reading a even on Harari paper में उसमें लिखा हुआ था the kind of job loss that we will have in future with AI particularly. In that case, for example, we can create jobs in family care business like societal care, particular for the informal job workers. What kind of similar jobs we can see for the job losses in the formal sector, and what kind of work we can create for the formal sector workers in that case?
actually
उनका equal हो रहा है.
हाँ, देखिए जॉब आना और जाना, दिस इज नाउ सब डिपेंड करता है कि आप किस तरह के जॉब किस तरह के इकोसिस्टम्स क्रिएट हो रहे हैं. तो यहाँ पे अगर आज की डेट में अगर इस तरह से देखेंगे हम इसको कि एआई का यूज़ क्या हम रोक सकते हैं? कंपनीज ऑलरेडी अगर डिसाइड कर चुकी हैं कि अगर अगर कंपनीज हैं, कंपनीज एम्प्लॉय कर रही हैं, आईटी सेक्टर में उठा के आप देखिए कि पिछले साल में उन्होंने कितने जॉब्स को रिप्लेस किया एआई से. बिकॉज एवरीबडी कंपनी के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखेंगे, उनको एक रेवेन्यू अर्निंग बिजनेस मॉडल है ये. अगर उनको लगता है कि वही काम वो किसी कम पैसों में किसी और टेक्नोलॉजी से या किसी और चीज़ से करा सकते हैं, सो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से वो शिफ्ट करेंगे. वो एक प्राइवेट बिजनेस है, एक कमर्शियल डिसीजन है ऑफ दैट कंपनी, उसमें गवर्नमेंट तो इंटरवीन नहीं कर सकती. बट नाउ दैट वी नो कि वो कमर्शियल डिसीजन जब उसको लेना है और वो ये रिप्लेस करेगा एआई के आने से, बट उसको एआई को चलाने के लिए भी लोग चाहिए, एआई को यूज़ करने के लिए भी लोग चाहिए. कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें होंगी जो वो आउटसोर्स करेंगे, उसके लिए उनको कुछ और तरह की स्किल्स और कुछ और तरह के यूनिट्स चाहिए होंगे. क्या हम उस तरह की चीज़ों को आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हैं जहाँ पे वो नए जॉब्स क्रिएट होने की अपॉर्चुनिटी है? बिकॉज कुछ चीज़ें तो हम नहीं रोक पाएंगे, मतलब प्राइवेट ecosystem जो automatically evolve हो रहा है, and now that we are all democracy and everything is going, government ecosystem is very limited. प्राइवेट इकोसिस्टम में जो चेंजेस आ रहे हैं, उन चेंजेस को समझना, उन चेंजेस के हिसाब से ये देखना कि किस तरह की एरियाज पे फोकस करें जहाँ पे जॉब लॉसेस ना हो, जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटी ज़्यादा क्रिएट हो रही है। तो वो एक लॉन्ग रन के लिए मुझे लगता है ज़्यादा बेटर एक अपॉर्चुनिटी, एक बेटर पॉलिसी इनटेक रहेगा, बिकॉज कहीं ना कहीं रातों रात ना हम इन कंपनीज को बंद कर सकते हैं। और बहुत सारी ये कंपनीज जो आई हैं, ऊबर इंडिया में आई, ऊबर इंडिया के आने से कितनी जॉब क्रिएट हुई है, ये भी एक पॉइंट है। अब ऊबर के आने से अगर एक पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम के बाद अगर हाँ ड्राइवरलेस कार्स आती हैं, विच आई डोंट थिंक गिवन द रोड सिचुएशन इन इंडिया इट इज स्टिल पॉसिबल, इंडिया में आई डोंट थिंक अभी वो स्टेज हमारी आई है, वी आर सेफ इन दैट सेंस। बट कहीं ना कहीं बहुत सारी इन कंपनीज के आने से जॉब क्रिएट भी हुई है। गिग वर्कर्स का जो एक पूरा इकोसिस्टम क्रिएट हुआ है, ये इसलिए भी क्रिएट हुआ है क्योंकि बहुत सारी ऐसी कंपनीज ने हमारी आदत खराब भी करी है इन चीज़ों को लेके। कैन यू नाउ इमेजिन अ वर्ल्ड विदाउट उबर, विदाउट ब्लिंकिट, विदाउट दीज थिंग्स? तो यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं एक टेम्पररी, बट इनमें से इनफैक्ट बहुत सारे लोग जो इन इकोसिस्टम से जुड़े हुए हैं, बिकॉज आई वॉज पर्सनली इन्वॉल्व इन दैट एक्सरसाइज, इसलिए आई एम टेलिंग यू। स्विगी फॉर एग्जाम्पल, बहुत सारे स्विगी वर्कर्स को पार्ट टाइम अलग स्किलिंग दी जाती है ताकि वो काम छोड़ के आगे बढ़ सकें। सो देर आर ऑल्सो थिंग्स, ऐसा नहीं है कि वो स्विगी वर्कर है तो वो जिंदगी भर स्विगी वर्कर ही रहना चाहेगा। जो रहना चाहता है वो रहे, उसमें वो कोई नहीं है। बट अगर कोई अपग्रेड करना चाह रहा है, उसको वो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलनी चाहिए। बट वो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलने का रास्ता भी बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, इट्स नॉट ईजी इतना। हाँ,
Unfortunately, due to being short on time, we won't keep any cross questions right now. All further questions after the talk session, right? I now pass on to Mr. Amit Bajpai for continuing with the session.
Oh, that's fine.
So right and left.
Okay. Right. आप सभी को नमस्कार, मैं अमित बाजपेयी पेंटागन टेक्नोलॉजीज को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं। हम लोग अभी डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं एआई का यूसेज, हाउ इट इज डिसरप्टिंग द लाइफ ऑफ एवरीवन, जॉब्स जा रही हैं, बहुत चैलेंजिंग इन्वायरमेंट है, एंड वी ऑल एग्री टू दैट। स्थितियां ऐसी हैं। मैं छोटी सी एनालॉजी दूंगा आगे बढ़ने से पहले भी। पहले हम लोगों ने जो टाइम देखा है, एटलीस्ट मैं अपनी बात करूंगा, इन बच्चों ने नहीं देखा होगा और फैकल्टीज ने, बाकी लोगों ने भी देखा होगा। हम लोग यहाँ घर में पहले होते थे लैंडलाइन फोन्स, फिर सेल फोन्स आए, छोटे वाले फोन्स बिल्कुल, जिसको अब लोग यूज करना भी नहीं चाहते हैं, डिजिटल फोन्स, फिर आए स्मार्टफोन्स। टेक्नोलॉजी का इन्वॉल्वमेंट कंटिन्यूअस होता गया। आज जो हम लोग स्मार्टफोन्स यूज कर रहे हैं, दे आर हाईली एआई इनेबल्ड। जो कुछ हम लोग कर रहे हैं, दैट इज बीइंग ट्रेस्ड अपॉन, दैट डेटा इज बीइंग कैप्चर्ड, दैट इज बीइंग यूटिलाइज्ड बाय मल्टीनेशनल्स, एंड द प्रोसेस इज गोइंग ऑन एंड ऑन। सो अगर हम ये कहें कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी से बच सकते हैं, भाग सकते हैं, तो शायद वो बेमानी होगा। वी नीड टू गो अलॉन्ग विद द टेक्नोलॉजी। No issues. So I would be thanking my co-panelists Shalini ma'am, Paramjit sir and Anish sir, and then I will go in the presentation. If you go by this particular slide, you see all the dots are coming to India. Everything is coming to India, and from there then it is going further forward. So reason being, as we all know and as we all are known in the world, that we are becoming Vishwa Gurus. And everybody across the globe is looking towards the India with some sort of hope. If I talk in terms of labor, if I talk in terms of skilled labor, we are the global skill capital of the world. Why? Because we have a population which is employable to the entire world. And when we have such a huge population, we want to make it relevant to the industry demand. That's why we are trying to upgrade them, imparting them the skills,
which are required by the global skill market. As ma'am was very well saying earlier in her talk, that she was a part of the international collaboration talking to Germans and the other countries like Japan. Since I also belong to the same ecosystem, so I can correlate with those things that yes, there is a shortage of the manpower in these countries. And they are looking toward us. Why? Because we have the human manpower, which we can provide to them, which can be skilled upon. And that's why they are going international programs for the training of the human power in India, which can be exported to these countries. So if I move further forward, shift what is happening in the world. Everybody is looking towards India. Why? Because we have the cheap labor, cheap manpower. As on date, we have around 2,000 global capacity centers. What are global capacity centers? Earlier, India was doing the backhand job for the MNCs. Like we were their data centers, we were their call centers, they were giving us these jobs on the backhand and we were doing it. But now, MNCs are making their global capacity centers in India. Global capacity center means we are their innovative hub, we are their brain in which all the activities like the financial activity, like the HR activities are being done from India. So when this sort of global capacity centers are being created, India is getting the global hub for any innovation which is being done. The other thing is, which is very important, as we talk about, these GCIs purely focus on AI. Because we are providing that infrastructure. और अभी आप लोग देख भी रहे होंगे, मैडम भी जानती हैं, सर भी जानते होंगे, सर recently we are having global AI summit in India. And we are lucky enough that which is happening in India, and it is going to give some momentum to Southeast Asia, and we are pioneer among them. वो क्यों हिंदुस्तान में आ रहा है? वो हिंदुस्तान में इसलिए आ रहा है कि we have to show our capacity for the global AI platform. हम कैसे वर्ल्ड से कोरिलेट कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम ग्लोबल कैपेसिटी सेंटर्स डेवलप कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम इस टेक्नोलॉजी को वर्ल्ड के सामने शोकेसिंग कर सकते हैं. यस, वी आर अमंग वन ऑफ यू एंड वी कैन प्रोवाइड यू बेटर सॉल्यूशंस. So we are talking about GCCs, and then we are talking about the global AI talent, which we have around 16% in India. If I move further ahead, why these GCCs are coming to India? Earlier, we are focusing on AWS, which is Amazon's web services, then the Google web services, and the Meta. And rents were quite high. I think ma'am is in the policy making, so she might be better correlating how things were. Yes, yes. But now there is a strategic shift. We're talking about our Trutrim and Hanuman model. I would not go into technology part of it, but the bottom line is we are talking about the data sovereignty. हमारा डेटा हमारे पास रहेगा, हमारे कंट्रोल में रहेगा, हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी उसमें यूज होगी. Because data theft or data going trans-border is the biggest challenge in the global world. Ma'am, earlier I was attending a session which was on DPDP Act, in which there was an open discussion that data which is being used by multinationals to develop their certain models, it is not being ethically correct, and that is being sometimes misused. The biggest example is Domino's, for which they have been charged heavily. So it is happening. Data infiltration is happening. So that need to be controlled, and data should be inside the borders of the country. And if we talk about India per se, so we are very clean on that we are a country which is relying on data sovereignty. It should be our data in our hand, and our technology should be utilized. I think there is some setting disturbances. Anyways, but I'm thorough. I can go ahead with that. We talk about the job. Jobs are going. Yes, there's a big challenge. But jobs are going for whom? There is a disruption. जब हिंदुस्तान में कंप्यूटर्स आए थे तब भी हुआ था कि कंप्यूटर आ गया, सबकी नौकरी चली जाएगी. आज भी स्थिति कुछ ऐसी ही बनी है कि एआई आ रहा है, सबकी नौकरी चली जाएंगी. नाउ इट्स नॉट अबाउट एआई और द मैनुअल जॉब्स. जॉब्स अगर हम बात करें दो तरह की होती है. एक आपकी रूटीनल जॉब्स होती है, एक कोर जॉब्स होती है. अगर हम बात करें प्लम्बर की, हम बात करें इलेक्ट्रीशियन की, उनकी जॉब्स तो रहेंगी. बट अगर हम बात करें रूटीनल जॉब्स की, जैसे डेटा एंट्री की, टेली कॉलिंग की, तो ये चैलेंजेस हैं मार्केट में, क्योंकि रूटीनल जॉब है और इनके लिए अब चैटबॉट्स बन चुके हैं. And that can be taken care of easily at a low cost. So now the companies are always working on a scale of economy. They have to control their costs, they have to maximize their profit. That challenge is there. But the individual or the human resource who is upskilling himself, who is getting these skills along with him, he is going to benefit, because once you are an AI savvy guy, you have that knowledge of the technology, you are going to be paid extra. अभी आईटी में भी डिस्ट्रप्शन आया, बहुत से लोगों को निकाला गया, लेकिन रिटेन उनको किया गया या उनको बेटर सैलरीज दी गई जिनके पास बेटर एआई स्किल्स थी. So we need to upgrade ourselves to move along with the industry. This is again 85 million will be replaced. That are the routine roles, and 97 million will be created. So everything is not gloomy. There are bright spots. We need to know about that. We need to upskill ourselves. This is the sector-wise evolution in IT and tech. Yes, from mass fresher hiring to specialized AI agent. If you know technology, then we have BFSI. About the reporting part, healthcare AI diagnostic is taking care everywhere. जितने अच्छे hospitals हैं हर जगह अब AI diagnostic implemented है. We all know that. Then manufacturing, blue collar tech, warehouse workers are being guided by AI robotics. And agriculture, now e-Kisan, Kisan e-Mitra and all these portals are there to help the farmers that how they can produce better. Now the problem is, as I told you earlier, data entry, basic coding are being now AI managed. There lies the challenge. We need to develop our cognitive skills. जैसा कि मैम ने जहां पे अपनी स्लाइड खत्म की थी, एक चीज बोली थी, AI for all, AI for many, AI for few. अगर मैं बच्चों की बात करूं आज की डेट में, we need to imbibe this thing that we need to know basic AI tools if we want to grow in life. If we are an economics graduate, we have PA honors degree, but if we add on some more AI tools in that, that is going to add value in our profile. Skilled AI workers are getting good growth with a 56% movement, whereas the routinal manual roles are getting stagnated. So if I talk about the opportunities for economic and social graduates, because over here I can very well see that the maximum students are from social sector only. You have your domain expertise, you are going through your academics, your curriculum, increasing your knowledge. But if you acquire AI skills which are at most required, like agentic workflows, like data science, that is going to help you. And that is only going to take you further forward in better job roles. The job roles, what you can think of are algorithmic auditor, predictive policy analyst, behavioral AI architect, because you know all these things, you know core of economics, but if you mix your AI tools with them, there are so many courses for AI which are readily available on various government portals, which are free of cost. If you add to your profile, it definitely gives you an edge over the others while you are facing the market. Then synthetic data economist. Synthetic data economist is the person who is using data which is not real data. So there are so many opportunities for you. Then if you talk, then you have all AI driven various profiles, various positions which you can take care of and which you can apply in days to come, because Niti Aayog is always looking out for interns, ma'am, and I think other government departments are also looking out for interns. But the basic differentiator is now, do you have AI skills or not? That makes the basic difference in your profile, wherever you apply. This is again for your career transition. When you think of the traditional role, market researcher, you know manual Excel, you know, you know about surveys, but real-time sentiment analysis, if you can do, that adds value. You need to know about the predictive ML model. Due to paucity of time, I need to move a little bit faster because message has been given to me. So if I talk about where the jobs are for the economist who know AI. It's multilateral, multinational companies, World Bank, IMF. Then you have big fours where you can work as an intern. Then you have think tanks like ORF and ICRIER and startups. I'll skip that. I'll come on the last slide, which makes everybody very happy. Economics is your compass, but AI is your engine. If you miss AI, you have the motor with you, but steering is missing. I end it over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I apologize for all the technical glitches in the midst of your presentation.
Thank you to all the panels of speakers. With this, we conclude the session 1. We'll now break for the lunch and we'll be back to reconvey for the session 2, financial market and AI.
I request the audience to remain seated and the pilot team to escort the panelists to their lunch position.
You can now leave for the lunch and please
पूरी
be back
मानव
at 2.
जात को ड्राइव करने वाला है। जॉब बचेगी कि नहीं बचेगी उसका डिबेट होगा। ड्राइवरलेस कार आएगी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से चलने वाली कार आने वाली है। ड्राइवर का क्या होगा? क्या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस आने के बाद भी जॉब क्रिएशन की संभावना है क्या? और जो इसके एक्सपर्ट हैं उनका कहना है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बाद जॉब क्रिएशन की बाहरी संभावनाएं बढ़ने वाली है। पूरा विश्व एक नई सोच की ओर जाने वाला है, उसके लिए एक नई जनरेशन तैयार होने वाली है।
From 16th to 20th February, India will host the AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam, one of the largest AI gatherings ever held in the global south. AI is rapidly becoming central to economic growth, national security, digital governance, and innovation. India's IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw has said the government expects tens of billions of dollars in new AI-related investments to be announced during the event.
In a country like India, where you have absolute
Hi, everyone. Could you guys wait 1 second for one quick announcement? The QR code for attendance for session 1 is being flashed on the screen right now. Could you please let your friends know who attended? Or else you come back from lunch at 2, we'll flash it, and at the end of the session 2, again we are going to start the attendance. Right. So those who are here right now, scan it right now and let your friends know. Please have lunch and come back. Okay. At 2 o'clock sharp, we are going to flash it again. That's it. Band kar dijiye. जिसका मिस हुआ है डोंट वरी 2 बजे दोबारा सेशन 1 का हम देंगे प्लीज डोंट वरी कम बैक आफ्टर दैट just come back at
I would request all the participants to be seated and keep their respective devices on silent mode. I repeat, I request all the participants to be seated and keep their devices on silent mode.
साथ हैं एक और मैम, एक नायक मैम है और गुरपिंदर मैम है, मैम है, दीपांशु सर है, पंकज सर है, सौम्य मैम है और जयराम सर है, अरुण सर है। कौन बच गया? सौम्य कुमार बैठिए।
In financial markets, information is power, and in the age of AI, speed is intelligence. Historically, markets once moved on instinct and human judgment. Today, they move on algorithms, predictive models, and data measured in microseconds. The question is no longer whether AI will shape financial markets. The question now is how deeply and how responsibly. With this thought, I, Swati,
And I, Arohan, students of fourth year BA Honours Economics, warmly welcome the respected dignitaries, esteemed faculty members, distinguished speakers, and all the participants to the second session of this national seminar. After an intellectually stimulating first session, we now move forward towards exploring a dimension of AI that directly influences economies. We shall be discussing financial markets, banking, and economic decision making. Today, AI is not just transforming industries, it is redesigning stock markets, reshaping investment strategies, influencing media systems, and redefining risk assessment. From algorithmic trading to fraud detection, from digital lending to predictive analytics, AI is quietly becoming the invisible force behind financial decision making.
so as economists and future policymakers, it becomes our responsibility not just to understand AI, but to question it, to regulate it, and use it wisely. We are deeply honored to have with us an eminent panel who will guide us through this crucial session.
It is my privilege to introduce Dr. S. Krishnakumar. He is an associate professor in the Department of Economics at Sri Venkateswara College, University of Delhi. He holds a PhD from CESP, Jawaharlal Nehru University, on capital flows, global liquidity, and emerging market economies. His research interests include global liquidity, the international monetary system, and Keynesian economics. He has served as a research associate at Indian Institute of Advanced Study and was K.N. Raj Fellow at the Center for Development Studies. He is currently pursuing an Indian Council of Social Science Research project on cross-border capital flows and insolvency, focusing on Indian corporates in the context of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. So, we are truly privileged to have you with us today.
I would request Ms. Gurpinder Kaur and Dr. Nahid to kindly felicitate Dr. S. Krishnakumar with a planter, Shahid Bhagat Singh bust, and a shawl. We are also privileged to have with us Dr. Ashirwad Dwivedi, Assistant Professor at the Faculty of Management Studies. He holds a PhD in Economics from JNU. Prior to joining FMS, he taught at Sri Ram College of Commerce for over a decade and has also been associated with National Law University, Delhi as a faculty member. Dr. Dwivedi has worked as a consultant with institutions such as the Center for Social and Economic Progress and the Global Development Center at Boston University. His research and teaching interests focus on contemporary global economic issues and evolving challenges facing societies worldwide. So, we are delighted to have you with your valuable presence here.
I'd like to invite Mr. Mr. Pankaj Yadav and Ms. Soumya Kumar to felicitate Dr. Dwivedi. We are equally honored to have with us Professor Nalin Mehta, an eminent political scientist, journalist, and writer. He currently serves as managing editor of Money Control and chief AI officer at Network 18. He has been widely recognized for his work on political economy, technology, digital transformation, and media studies. He's the author of an influential book as well, titled The New BJP, which has been widely described as a seminal and non-partisan work on the rise of the BJP. His work examines how technology, governance, digital infrastructure, and policy intersect to reshape modern India, making his perspective on AI and media particularly relevant to our discussion. So, we are truly privileged to have you among us today.
I would like to request Ms. Mamta and Mr. Dipanshi Yadav to felicitate Sir with the planter, Shahid Bhagat Singh bust, and the shawl. To guide this session further, we are honored to have with us our distinguished moderator, Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy. He is the founder of USME, East Delhi Campus, Delhi Technological University, and former Dean, Faculty of Commerce, and Head, Department of Commerce, DSE, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. He is a PhD in Economics from Delhi School of Economics. His contributions span banking and finance, environmental economics, corporate governance in banks, international business, social responsibility, and business ethics. With over 200 publications, multiple international recognitions, 30 PhD scholars guided, and an SSRN global ranking in the 99.7 percentile among economists worldwide. Sir, we are deeply privileged to have you moderate this session today.
I would like to invite Mr. Arun Kumar Kaushal and Dr. Jairam Meena to felicitate Professor Bhanumurthy. I would also like to invite Dr. Pragya Nair to felicitate Mrs. Bhanumurthy.
As we proceed, let us remember technology is powerful, markets are sensitive, but wisdom should be in decision making. So I would like to take over, I would like to request Professor Bhanumurthy to take over and lead the discussion further.
Can you hear me? Yes. Clearly? Actually, I have a problem using electronic.
So we just get it hard.
They are on. Both are on, sir.
Switch it off. Switch it off.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for setting the discussion. I'd like to call Dr. Nalin Mehta to take the discussion further. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause?
Yeah, can you just put it in the HDF? Yes, sir. Just 1 second. I'll put it on the slide. Let's see if this works. Yeah, I can use the mic. This one is fine. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's working, right? Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much. So, what I thought, I think it's a good time to have this discussion on the financial markets and AI. This week, we've seen mayhem in the global markets around AI stocks. This morning, the Indian stocks have tanked largely because of sell-offs in Indian IT companies, HCL, um, Mahindra Tech, TCS, and others, largely because of fears about AI. Um, so, let me draw out a few strands of the big picture around AI and the capital markets and what it means for us and where the big picture is going. Um, just to begin with, so what I hope to do in the next 10, 15 minutes or 20 minutes is the context very quickly around Anthropic and others and Claude and others. A quick overview of the big picture strands around the financial markets and AI, the debate around the AI bubble, specifically on markets in India and AI and the impact. The two big debates around, is this the great promised land and the debate that Professor Manamurthy referred to, or is this all a bunch of bullshit? Um, I think on agentic AI and finance, there's a lot of work happening on that. So what's real and what's not? The problem with AI and also how the regulators in India are looking at it. SEBI is doing a lot of work on AI in the markets. And also, if you have time, we'll look at how we in the media, and I run a large media company and the largest media company in the country, and we do a lot of work with AI on the markets. So if you have time, I'll show you some tools that we use and how we do that. So, for the context, I mean, just yesterday, this has been going viral since yesterday. The CEO of the debate around AI and capital markets can't be seen in isolation, right? It's around this whole bunch of uncertainty around AI and jobs overall, across the board, across sectors. Every sector is getting disrupted, right? We are looking at this week, we've been talking to students at IITs, and there's a huge amount of concern and anxiety about the career paths and jobs across sectors, not just in the financial services, but in engineering services, in the media, in all kinds of. So last night, for example, Mustafa Suleiman put out this thing that in 15 months, this very blasé statement: lawyers, accountants, they'll be all be out of jobs. So this is the kind of the one side view of AI, right? And this is not a small company. This is the head of Microsoft AI making that kind of a claim just yesterday. Um, this week, on the other side, Claude, I mean, just about a week back, Claude put out some new stuff, and that's led to a huge sell-off in the software companies, for example. And the safety head of Claude AI quit just 3 or 4 days back, warning of the world in peril. And that led to stock markets going down. With he's an Indian guy, Mrikant Sharma, and his resignation note on that. IT stocks in particular sent shutters down that. So it kind of shows you the kind of the broader strands that we are dealing with at the moment, right? So um, just to give you an Indian example, next week, so on the 16th, Infosys is going to be holding an investor AI day specifically to address concerns around AI and stocks. But Infosys is one of the biggest IT companies, they're one of the biggest job providers in this country. And they are really worried about what's happening with AI, to what's happening to their company entirely, not just in applications, but also the entire sector might just go away, right? Or will it go away? I think this is a stock filing from Infosys just 2 days ago, telling SEBI and all investors that they will be holding a special. And we've been talking to Infosys about this, and there's serious concerns with Nandan and others around this. So what about AI in markets, right? So that was the context. I think just to give you a broad picture of the world around this, in the last 5 days, what we've seen is that the scare around AI has led to wealth management stocks going down globally. This is just this last 5 days from February 5th to February 10th on the global markets. Investors, I think, were already worried about um, software and tech stocks. Um, but this week you've seen major wealth management stocks go down, largely because stocks like Charles Schwab, LPL Financial, things like that. The S&P Global 500 was one of the biggest losers this week. If you look at the last 3 years, you're seeing the same thing. You're seeing legal companies, finance companies, their stocks going down, all because of fears around AI, right? Or not all, but significantly because of that. There is also a debate around software and data stocks, right? And I think Professor Bhanu Murthy spoke about that, around the difference between data and AI. Markets, of course, are not always rational animals. All the people think they are. Um, the One of the reasons why, one of the big debates in the world right now around AI, apart from the, you see, all of us here are using AI in one way or the other, right? I mean, we at the moment, for example, in the company that I work in, we are significantly changing our workflows around AI significantly. We're really changing it. What we were doing 6 months ago is just not valid anymore based on, and by the way, AI changes every 2 weeks. What we were using 3 weeks ago is already outdated completely. Forget about 8 years ago or 9 years ago. So what we thought was cutting edge 3 months ago is pretty much like the horse cart today. And that means that companies have to be really agile. What I wanted to kind of flag to you is that, if see, with Claude coming out, the software companies are really jittery, right, around the world. Is there a The big question is one of the reasons why people are jittery is because across the world, all categories of big investors are invested majorly in AI. This chart shows you that, from consumer to energy to basic metals, utilities to private wealth, and all of that. If you look at investments in AI, they are very huge across all investor classes in the US. The problem with India, by the way, by the one reason why Indian stock markets have been not very strong in the last few months, is the US trade deal, A. B, the US market still being stronger, but largely because India doesn't have strong AI stocks. Whereas the Americans have strong AI stocks. India, one of the big weaknesses of the Indian stock market is that we just don't have big AI companies, right? We don't have those ones. So, which is why, if the reason why AI becomes then important from the market's point of view, from a economy point of view, is if there is a bust in the AI bubble, then the global economy will go down in the way that the 2008 crisis happened, and so on and so forth, right? So are we in an AI bubble? I think there are two debates on this. One reason a lot of people think we are not in a bubble. So look at this. Google searches around AI bubble peaked 2 months ago. That's telling you that this is globally. That's telling you the huge concern globally about whether we are in an AI bubble or not right now. Right? This is just a chart of Google searches worldwide. Now, is it a bubble or not? Is it like the dot-com bust that happened in the early 2000s? Is it like the tulip crashes 300 years ago? Is it some one of those? I think it is different. Some recent research shows, this is a piece that was put out recently in a journal by a historian and one of the big AI researchers. Opinion is divided, but one reason why a lot of investors don't think it's a bubble so far is because, unlike the software bust that happened, the software bust was led by a lot of startups. There was a lot of good money in bad companies, and they crashed. With AI, all the biggest companies in the world have doubled down on it. So the biggest investments are happening by Google, Meta, Microsoft, right? So, and these companies have huge cash flows. I think we talked about the cost of AI. Professor Bhanumurthy talked about it. He's right about that. Google has just invested in GCCs in Vishakhapatnam. It's the biggest GCC investment outside of the US, and it's going to be in Andhra Pradesh. I think it's about $15 billion. Visakhapatnam or that area is a very water resource area, scarce area. But fundamentally, the point I'm trying to make is that all these companies are hugely. By the way, why they're investing in India? Because India is you can test AI on scale at very cheap cost on population scale. The which is why in the last 3 months you've had huge investments by in India by on GCCs by Google, by Microsoft, and by Amazon, roughly between Google about 15 billion, about 15 billion, 35 billion is about Amazon, Microsoft about 15 billion or so. You had this in December. I think on so this is one reason why people don't think it's a bubble, but we don't know. We'll see. I mean, this is a study by his very widely quoted study which came out just about 15 days back. We looked at financial manias in the past, and they found that all conditions have not been met yet with the AI boom. So we'll see. The word jury is still out on that. So what about AI and financial markets in India? What is it happening at the moment? So I think at the moment we are at a very unique moment in the Indian markets with tech and with where the geography of this market and the sociology of this market currently is. I think it's worth reminding because you're at about 15 years back, if anyone started a job, their parents would say, get an LIC policy. Now everybody says, start an SIP. Your SIPs have significantly expanded, right? So it affects every single person over here, or most people. And most people in India think that we've seen huge growth rates in the last 10, 15 years. So we think that 15% growth rates are our birthright on the markets. It's not. It can collapse, right? So there's a big difference. And a lot of younger investors have never seen periods of doom on the markets, and not for the last 10 years on any sustainable scale. So that's why this is important. And I think it's worth reminding ourselves that in India, we have now about 221 crore demat accounts, which is about 210 million people with demat accounts, which is more than the population of Mexico or Russia or Japan or Philippines, right? Just 10 years ago, that was just 22 million. So we see the amount of change that's happened, right? So markets are now not just some elite thing. It's secondly, all this growth is happening in tier 2, tier 3 India, outside of the big cities. More than half of your mutual fund investments are now coming outside of the big five cities. Cities like Patna and others are getting the growth rate of new SIP starting is far higher than cities like Delhi or Bangalore now in the last 2 years. All the monthly data is telling us that on a daily basis. So you have a large growing economy. Last year we had the highest number of IPOs in the world, and the returns from that was the second highest only after China, more than in the US markets. You're going to be the fourth largest economy in the world, or third largest very soon. And you have a diversification of people who are directly linked with the markets. At the same time, when the markets are moving, AI is significantly changing how market operators work with markets. And I'll come and why. So, by the way, just to put that point out, today SIP's growth is the highest in states like Haryana, UP, and Odisha. Not Maharashtra, not Karnataka, not Tamil Nadu, which are your industrial powerhouses, right? Which means it is new classes of people are getting into it outside of the traditional centers, right? Now, that's why I think this conversation becomes important, because you're talking about serious wealth creation or the destruction of serious wealth for people who are really coming into newer, coming out of the poverty line, coming into jumping up the social ladder, and their money is at stake, right? Or their futures are at stake on this, right? On a much more scale than ever before. So at the moment, a lot of people, there are a lot of companies that have grown, the big unicorns, Grow, Zerodha, who use AI significantly for portfolio recommendation. We at Money Control use AI very significantly as well, for example. For what? For things like portfolio recommendations, risk profiling, behavioral nudges, for fraud detection, customer analytics, things like that. A lot of it is done by algorithms, not by human brokers. You have companies like Quant, which are significantly on that. I've been talking in the last few months, we've been profiling a whole bunch of new wealth management companies that fundamentally work only with AI and not, I mean, earlier wealth management was a lot by who you trusted, your banker, all of that. The massive expansion of that is happening with AI. I mean, one of the biggest wealth managers in India, we spoke to them last week, and they were saying, look, our huge customer base has expanded because we've inverted the model of the trusted personal investor in the bank who will say, yaar, is wale mutual fund mein paisa laga dijiye. Yeah, HDFC mein laga dijiye. You put it in this. That's all through AI. So that interface, that human interface is going away, right? So by the way, 80% of the new customers are people whose investments are less than 50 lakh rupees total, which means that they're not rich guys. They're not like the richy rich, right? They're middle class people who are saying, okay, my corpus is 30 lakhs, starting anything from 10 lakhs or 6 lakhs to 50 lakhs. A lot of their money is being invested with AI, significantly on scale. I'm talking about maybe 15, 20 lakh people, 30 lakh people, more than that. So asset management and quant funds, for example, use a whole bunch of things like risk clustering, factor rotation models, stress testing portfolios. So essentially, human fund managers being replaced with machine learning, and that's not going to happen. It has happened significantly on scale in our banks, in our private wealth management industry. Also, if you look at credit and lending, I think Professor Bhanumurthy talked about credit and lending. Significant part of credit lending now is being driven through AI. And I'll give you an example. Just yesterday, Bajaj AI talked about, in an earnings call, yesterday they talked about how 1,600 crores of loans were dispersed out with no human intervention whatsoever in the selection of the person who's going to get the loan, or anything from the loan application to the loan being actually given, right? This is just yesterday. And they didn't have the system even 2 quarters ago. So even beginning of 2025, this system did not exist with the Bajaj Finance. But now in the last 2 quarters, look what they've done. 20 million calls they got. That led to 1 lakh new offers, 1,600 crores dispersed, all through AI. What was happening was somebody was calling on the phone. The AI system is analyzing what this guy is asking for. There's no human agent talking to them, getting information, analyzing it, whatever, deciding on the loan and giving it, right? And this is, I mean, you can look at this transcript. This happened yesterday. There was a Q3 earning call by MD Rajiv Jain of Bajaj Finance. They have deployed these tools on scale. That's not an exception. Every major company in India today is doing this. This has already happened. It's not going to happen 6 months down the line or 10 years down the line. It's already happened, and it's only going to grow. Which is why what is happening with AI matters to every single one, because you will have money in mutual funds, right? That it's going to depend on this. So 2 or 3 things. There's a big difference between India and the world and the developed markets, because India has some structural advantages on AI. On the positive side of the ledger, because India is the most advanced country in the world on digital payments with UPI, for sure, because of the Aadhaar-enabled KYC. There was a sort of a highway for the digital economy which was put together in the last 10 years with the unique ID system, with UPI. I think about 60% of the world's real-time financial transactions happen in India, second largest in China, and that's through UPI, and that's free of cost. And a lot of these loan disbursements, all of that are through UPI, right? So there is no system in the world that works on this scale like that. Also, there is very large retail behavioral data available with companies. So all the building blocks for AI are theoretically there, and they may not be perfect. They can certainly be much better. They make mistakes, but at the moment they're being deployed on scale, not in pilot projects, but on full execution with your money and my money, right? So there are obviously risks with this. So algorithms are based on past behavior, not on future predictions. So algorithms make predictions fundamentally based on past behavior. But like every mutual fund advertisement, you hear that in TV, you hear that line, right? Mutual funds are subject to risk, and past behavior is not this thing. All returns are based on past behavior, right? Algorithms are based on past behavior. But of course, you have now adaptive systems. There is a whole bunch of deep mind. We were speaking to Pushmeet Kohli, who had deep mind at Google yesterday. In fact, I had a long chat with them day before yesterday, or not yesterday, day before yesterday, and they were talking about how they're using it for path-breaking work on proteins, on genomes. And their team got the Nobel Prize for work with AI on genomes, and So there is significant movement happening on that, on working with predictive stuff. But you know, you only have to make one mistake once, and billions of dollars can get wiped out. I think the issue with a lot of this, with the regulatory stuff, is that, and there's this issue that we find when we use AI in media companies. By the way, companies like Reuters, Bloomberg, 70% of their work globally now is through AI. Right? We a lot of our work at Network 18 is done through AI, which was being done by humans just even 3 months ago. A lot of the work is being moved to that. Stuff which is predictable, stuff which is based on, and the markets are the most stuff where you have organized data available, and the most organized data available in the world is on the markets. Right? I mean, if you're trying to analyze what Modi's politics is going to be, that's unstructured, relatively unstructured information. But with markets, you know, you have data going back long timelines, you have stocks prices, you have all kinds of things. You can, it's much easier to code it, it's much easier to build predictive modeling with that. So, but the problem with that, of course, is that there's a whole black box. You have no clue how that system is working at the back end, coming with conclusions. So there are issues with that. Who audits this? Who's accountable for it? What happens if there's loss for it? Is it Bajaj Finance will bear the cost? You're taking the thing from Bajaj Finance. They can't just say, look, AI decided हमने क्या किया. मतलब, so there are huge issues with this. And what is the accountability of these algorithms, right? So there is a serious issue around this. On the promised landing, so on the positive side, so Eric Schmidt, who was one of the CEOs of Google for the longest time till recently, is now on the board. They put out a very interesting piece in the Wall Street Journal, I think about 10 days, maybe about couple of months back, which basically they argued, see, if you look at DeepSeek's R1 model, which was created so much of news around the world, that, by the way, led to a whole debate in India that whether we should be looking at fundamental AI with LLMs, or we should be looking at service. Nandan Nilekani, for example, argues India should not be investing in deep tech AI. We should only be looking at services and applications. Like Aadhaar was an application; it wasn't any great tech. And Nandan's argument is we can't afford large LLMs. We should look at applications on scale to solve social problems, use the global systems. The counter argument to that is, well, you know, if somebody else controls your backend, then you know they can just turn the switch off when they want, which is what the Zoho argument is about. All government ministries have now switched from Microsoft to Zoho for this reason. What if Microsoft turns the switch off? If you're in trade tension with the Americans, all your government data will go, right? So what people didn't realize with, or a lot of people didn't notice with DeepSeek, was that DeepSeek was a spin-off from, while it has very large applications and while it created a whole debate in the world of AI and in the corporate world, DeepSeek basically began as a quant trading firm application using early AI techniques on the financial markets. It basically was a quant trading tool, and then it got expanded into a much larger tool, right? So, which is what I was saying, that markets are the easiest to play AI on compared to other spheres. I'll just skip this stuff, and I'll just skip a lot of this stuff. But see, I think I'm out of time, so I'll just see a lot of people are now moving to agentic AI. Agentic AI can do multiple things. How good, bad, or ugly, it really depends on how you use the tool. But those tools are only getting better. We are only seeing at the very infancy of this at the moment. People who, there was a finance professor at MIT who recently argued, well, using ChatGPT or agentic AI for this is almost like giving your control of your finances to a sociopath, because the AI, at least in the state that it is, or at least the tools that we know of, which is everything from Perplexity to Claude to DeepSeek to all of these, while they're building guardrails, they're still learning, and it doesn't make a differentiation between what you would consider as good and versus negative, right? So for example, you say, I mean, there've been cases around this. I want to commit suicide. I'll tell you how to commit suicide sometimes, right? So you can get very bad advice with this in unmediated systems. The whole magic trick is in systems which are controlled, which are managed, and that's the tool that the quant companies are using. That's not the tools that the ChatGPT unregulated is, of course, different. But when you have very systemized tools, they're doing much better work on this. I'll conclude with what SEBI is doing. So this is very serious in terms of what are the controls on this from the capital markets regulator, which is the Securities and Exchanges Board of India. There's no AI Act on the markets, but SEBI has embedded AI oversight into multiple regulatory layers. So largely for IPOs, we are a very IPO-rich market. We've got about 8 or 9 IPOs coming in next month. We had about 75 IPOs last year, roughly, with the largest returns in the world on IPOs. SEBI is using AI at scale for approvals on IPOs, for mandatory approval of broker-deployed algorithms, for risk controls, order trade ratio limits, kill switch mechanisms, co-location, and all of that. SEBI put out a working paper in September 2025 on the use of AI by algorithmic traders and by all stockbrokers who are registered by SEBI, and they issued guidelines on how to use AI, and they spoke specifically about AI reporting around AI ML applications, disclosure requirements, transparency, updates. How effective it is, open question, but they have these guidelines. Finally, SEBI is now using AI for pattern recognition models, for data mining on insider trading. Some of the most recent investigations on insider trading by SEBI have happened because AI systems detected fraud or detected patterns that could potentially be fraud, and that led to major investigations. Some of the biggest stockbrokers in India in the last 7 months have been raided because of AI, or because of early warning signals from AI. So market manipulation and trade reconstruction systems. So in a sense, you have AI monitoring AI-driven markets in a significant scale. I think I'll just stop here, because I'm out of time, and if we have time, I can tell you about how we are using AI at Network 18. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation. I'm sure the audience learned a lot. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Ashwat Dwivedi to take the floor and share with us his perspective.
I'd also like to announce it once again. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you.
Yeah. Because he has to leave. Yeah. So should have, just a couple of questions before Navin leaves. So if there are any
Thank you.
questions,
Sorry.
please
No, it's okay. Because we will have a number of
please
questions to
handle
ask.
the mic if there are questions.
In case there are any questions for Dr. Naren Mehta, kindly ask them right now. Hi.
Yeah, you can ask.
Please stand up.
Right. Sir, so I have a proposition. I'll start.
Please give your name and which class.
So I'm Ashutosh. I'm a third year BA Honors Economics student at SBSC. So sir, do you agree that there is a financial bubble that exists because of the 7 firms that are doing cyclical transactions and growing because of that? And basically just they keep on growing and growing, and it might collapse soon because of the unlimited spend commitments of trillions, which might not even hold in the future. Depending on your answer to this, I'll ask another question.
No, let's take more questions and I can answer them all in one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dhruv. I'm a second year economics honors student. So, as you mentioned in your, you mentioned that we are the biggest the biggest country using the digital platforms like UPI and other financial instruments. So, my question is that, particularly to UPI, like who's bearing the cost of UPI, running UPI?
Yeah.
Because recently there was, I think Mr. Kanta Pandeshan said that there might be some charges for UPI, and there was some little controversy, and then he said that will be free for some time. So who's really bearing this cost?
Any other questions?
Okay, so let me just take your question first, and I'll come to yours. So on UPI for retail, for personal use is free of cost. Has been from the beginning. But the whole idea was it was seen as a public good. It was seen as a sort of a highway to get for the digital world. Now, for the last 3 years, there's been a debate around the cost of UPI. So there was a big debate 2 years back. The finance industry put out a working paper saying UPI should be charge. That led to a big political blowback, and the government decided not to go with it. What has happened in the last year or so is that there is a charge on UPI, but for retailers, for commercial establishments, and a very small charge. It's not for personal transactions, right? So now, by the way, the people who are pushing for a charge on UPI are the banks. The banks are the most unhappy with free transactions because how is UPI? By the way, it's important to figure out how UPI works. UPI is a public-private good. It's not. It was initially set up. In the foundations of UPI were laid in the UPA regime originally, when a consortium of 55 banks was put up, 35 in the beginning and 56 later, of public and private banks who came together. And it was a company which was set up as a non-profit company, a consortium of these, along with the RBI. And they set up this system. The reason why UPI worked well is because today about 450 banks are part of UPI. And the whole thing about UPI is it's interoperable. If you use a credit card, typically, the charge if it's with another, if MasterCard was Amex on the machine, right? The whole thing was interoperable. It was set up like that. Now, I don't think anybody expected UPI will become so big. So now the question is, the banks are complaining. All private banks are complaining. The cost has been come to us, and NPCI runs UPI, right? The National Payments Corporation of India. That's a non-profit body. It is public and private sector banks both are part of it. But now, but the government has, at the moment, the view is keep it only for commercial transactions. The cost. Otherwise, the cost is being borne fundamentally by the government and the private sector banks, not by you or me. On the question of the bubble, well, we could answer the question. You're making something like $1 billion or something like that, right? So, I think. Look, I think there's something I was alluding to earlier in the conversation as well. That one of the reasons with the big seven, you mentioned the big seven or the FANGs, with those companies, if you look at their balance sheets, Google has just reported $1 billion of revenue in the last quarter. That's just one quarter, right? So if you look at Meta before that, Meta made a big bet. See, 15 years ago or 10 years, 15 years ago, when the dot-com boom bust happened, that time companies were spending money they did not have. Now these big companies are spending money they do have. For example, Meta made a big bet on this virtual universe, right? Which they spent about $2 or $3 billion on it, and it was a complete disaster. But that was pocket change based on the annual revenues. They weren't taking loans to do that. When that bet failed, they're still a hugely profit-making company, right? So that is why, I think there are economies of scale here for at least the bigger companies. So most analysts don't see. There are some analysts who are talking about a bubble, but a lot of the mainstream analysts are not looking at it that way at the moment, precisely because of the balance sheets the way they are right now. So I'll just stop there.
I'll just add one sentence to that. Basically, if you look back to Joseph Schumpeter, this whole question of creative destruction, okay? So Schumpeter always argued that it is monopolies only who can result in innovation, because they have the capacity to bear with creative destruction.
I mean, just to add to that, I mean, you're absolutely right. And also, you look at the other big companies in the ecosystem, Nvidia and others. They are the ones with the big startups. They were not big companies 5-6 years ago. So the allied companies are a bit more, but they also are significantly well funded at the moment.
I think we'll go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you for your insights, sir. Dr. Ashwath Dwivedi, so please take the stage.
Should I start, or should we wait? Okay. Something is wrong with this. Okay. Sir, may I take that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. And a lot of ground has already been laid, but I'm going to talk about something which is more foundational. So all financial market is about money. And what I'm going to talk very briefly about is that there is a fight for money, exactly the future of money that is going on between the West and the global South. And there is a fundamental contradiction in that which AI may be able to solve. Okay, so uh, see, everything that we see on the slide, right from a stone to a gold coin to a copper knife to cigarettes to currency note, everything has played a role of money at different point of time and at different places. This has happened because, as we say, anything that is an instrument of exchange, unit of account, or store of value can be used as money. This we all know. But in all real sense, I think the most important characteristics of money is something I call no question asked. So if we go to a shop to buy a commodity, the shopkeeper, even in his sleep, should be able to accept the money that I'm giving it to him to complete the transaction. If you order something online, there should be absolutely no doubt between the buyer and the seller in acceptance of the money that is being exchanged. The moment there is a doubt on that, that thing cannot be money. And we all take no question asked for granted because we have been lucky to live in an era where no question asked has already been established. So first what I'll do is I would say that the history of money is an attempt to establish no question asked, which is there has been a long struggle to develop the trust in money. Because see, money fundamentally does a coordination role which works on network effect, which is basically a positive feedback loop where greater use becomes greater acceptance. So the more we use our money, the better that money becomes. But that was not always the case. In around the mid 19th century in the US, there were thousand kind of money. Every private bank in the US had their own money. Imagine how bad it would be for business and transaction. And that was the case for UK, for Italy, for France, for Germany, for almost all country historically. There was never no question asked, established without any doubt. Now, in all those places, imagine if every state in India had their own currency, how bad it would be for us. There will be no trust in money. There will be a lot of question on how transactions should be made. There will be also a question on what should be the exchange rate between a money of Delhi and a money of Maharashtra. This was exactly the case for a very long history about money. At almost every place, this problem was solved via a central authority. So what happened was certain legislations were passed, central banks were created. So central banking across the world, yeah, yeah. Bank notes and bank coins also, but I'll come to the exact distinction in maybe 1 minute. Okay, so that was done, and then over a period of time, through a long battle, trust in money was established, and we had, the universal financial architecture that we have of two-tier banking, where we have a central bank and we have a set of commercial banks. That was basically an outcome of this long struggle. And finally, universally, there was some trust established on money. That system became so robust that it even, could withstand the breakdown of the gold standard in the 70s. But with internet, the same problem arose again. With internet, what happened was that a radical idea got a lot of like space, which was if we can develop a decentralized system where people can decide how to create money and how to validate transaction, then why do we need central authority? Why do we need some agency to create trust in money when we ourselves can create that mechanism? And this is the thought through which Bitcoin was born. And in 2009, a cryptocurrency was developed by somebody named Satoshi Nakamoto. No, none of us know who he is. But the idea is a very radical idea, which is basically saying that, the whole no question asked trust in money, which is given by central banking and the government, is basically a useless idea in an internet-based world, because we all can, like democracy, we can all create some kind of mechanism where we decide how we will create money, and we will also maintain a ledger, see each other's spending, and that is how we can have trust, because we created it. Okay. So this is the idea of the decentralized money. There is no space of any central authority like government or central banking in this imagination. But what happened was, because these things, initially people thought these are, some kind of a game, people will not adopt it, it will die down in some time, but gradually things like Bitcoin became extremely popular. Once people started using it, like I said earlier, there is a feedback loop. The authority of governments on money was under threat, so they had to react to it. So what they did was they created something called central bank digital currency. Now, because a lot of you are students here, I'm not 100% sure. Some of you must be thinking that, why do we need CBDC when we already have UPI, we have, we swipe our card, etc. There is a fundamental difference. Whatever we do there is liability of the commercial bank. If SBI goes for a toss, the maximum amount of money that you will get is 5 lakhs only. On the other hand, CBDC is the liability of the central bank. So that is something that is absolutely safe. This step was basically done to bring the trust back in the public banking, because it was under threat by cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Another problem was that cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin became a tool for speculation as well. So it as a store of value, it was not something that was, very, very useful. But over the time, what happened is that we have a lot of type of Bitcoins and cryptocurrencies started coming up. And to safeguard people's value, a new idea came up, which is called stablecoin. Stablecoin is basically some kind of cryptocurrency, but it is pegged to some valuable asset like dollar. For example, today, every stablecoin is pegged to a dollar. So the value is not as speculative as value of a Bitcoin. But here is the first contradiction. The idea starts with no role of a central authority, but a solution to that is pegging the currency to something that is passed by a central authority, which is a dollar. So the first response is that to develop trust in something like a cryptocurrency, also you need to go back to some kind of a central authority. But there is another problem here where you have big role of the AI. So in like I said earlier, there has already been an imagination that we do not need any central authority to create money or to keep a ledger. So if we develop a mechanism where people can do that, it will be very good. But there is a question that why should people do that job? What is the incentive for people to validate everyone's transaction on a blockchain? Now, the answer to that is that whole validation mechanism becomes a incentive structure. The more you validate, the more ownership on the blockchain you get. But the problem is that if too many people starts doing this, then there is too much traffic on the blockchain. And because there is too much traffic on blockchain, so think about it like this. So earlier it took you just 2 hours to get one Bitcoin. Now it is taking 10 hours for you to get a Bitcoin. So is the incentive good? No, the incentive is bad now. So to solve that problem, Another kind of currency, private currency will come up. Let's think about is that Ethereum. Again, there will be too much traffic on Ethereum. So what will happen is a third kind of currency will come up. So gradually what will happen is a lot of different kind of private money will come. And the solution to that again is another layer of money which aggregates all the earlier layer of money, which is called layer 2. And if you see layer 2 exactly looks like uh, layer 2 exactly looks like some kind of a central authority. So whatever attempt is made to decentralize money without a central authority ultimately boils down to some kind of centralization, because fragmentation cannot develop trust in money. Now, but at this point, we are at a very interesting juncture. AI may solve that problem. AI may provide computational power at a scale. It can, do automated surveillance. It can reduce congestion. It can increase scalability. So AI can solve the contradiction between more congestion, more incentive, and finally you may have a money which will be completely decentralized without a less role of without any major role of the central banking. Now here, I just want to add one more angle to this. On this, on the CBDC front, countries like India and China were the leaders, and countries like US and other countries in the West were laggard. So right now there is some kind of a fight to define the future of money is going on between CBDC and stablecoin. Stablecoin based world is basically pegged to dollar, which basically is trying to maintain the hegemony of the West. On the other hand, CBDC based future of the money is more favorable to countries of the global south. And AI can definitely play a crucial role to decide what will exactly be the future of money. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful presentation, sir. I'd also like to add that in case anyone has any questions, kindly note them down. We'll take them in the end. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. S. Krishna Kumar to share with us his perspective.
The slides or something like that with me. It's there. And I'm sure that you have been listening to many of these talks for a long time from the morning. I'll just first go through 2 or 3 of those charts. After that, then I'll just make a few observations and wind it up. Might be, it would be even briefer than I should be. I am trying to reflect on some of the questions which are basically being posed here as to whether the AI is a bubble or not. So we can outrightly say that it's a bubble, but it's not appropriate to say that it is a bubble. So why we cannot say that it is a bubble, and why people also are right when they really say it's a bubble? So for that, first I'll show these 3 charts. See, what essentially happens is that machines started learning very fast and quick. And how come this machine started learning very fast? Machines were fed with large amount of data. Machines were trained with large amount of computational power. And then towards making the machines learn fast, there were algorithms also which were doing the trick. So in fact, if I could borrow a production function of Professor Anton Koronek, we can say that the ability of machines to learn was a function of computational power, computational resources, data. The more data you feed with, the more it's able to learn. And most importantly, 3, algorithm. Because as and when you start using the same computational power, the machines are able to learn more. But if at the same time you can't keep on continuing this process, and if there is some algorithmic efficiency improvement which happens, then with the same computational resources, you can get your machines to learn a lot. So these are three charts which I have just cropped and pasted for your benefit from the Time magazine. And this is one which basically tries to contrast about the compute used to train AI systems from 1950. And I would suggest that every student in this class, in this hall, should take time and read that small little interview sort of an article with Anton Korenek, which has come in Time. It makes a lot of sense. In fact, I started understanding something about AI just because I should also say that I'm a person here who has come by accident because somebody else had backed out, okay? So let me just tell you, but not that I read this yesterday for that, but I read it before. So what's happening is this, that the compute which is being used goes for huge, the training compute in flops goes for a huge increase from the past. The old artificial neural networks program of Perceptron Mark 1 or so, compared to that, you can see the sort of computational resources with which models are basically being trained with. Number two is also the number of data points. For example, the availability of data with which the machines were trained was far lower before, and now it becomes far more higher. And again, you can see, and it is very wrong to say that the human performance has not been matched by machines. Machines have actually tried to ape and actually are trying to do far better in many of those angles, as you can see in handwriting recognition, speech recognition, image recognition, reading comprehension, language understanding. The steep increases which we find is directly related to the computational resources, the data to which they are being fed with, as well as... I should stop now. Then? Uh, yeah. I think, wait. Yeah, okay, wait. So what happens is, let's say in case of computational power, so with the same computational power, you can have the machines learn better. In case you're going to have some sort of an edge which is actually introduced through some algorithms. So in this particular way, and the way in which we see, we find that there is a sweeping increase in the ability of machines to do or substitute for different tasks. So the question to be asked is this, that is there a hype around it? And if not, isn't there a hype around it? For example, something like, and is it sustainable? Is it sustainable? Isn't there a hype around it? Professor Murthy as well as all the other speakers had already spoken about it. I'll just draw your attention towards one important thing. That is, advanced chips which are being used by most of these companies like NVIDIA and others, they are made using certain machines, lithographic machines. And those lithographic machines, if you could Google it out, you will find, are being produced and supplied to organizations like TSMC, NVIDIA, Intel, and others by ASML, which is based in Netherlands. And I was shocked to know that there's a transitional experimental stage of their making of this lithographic machine, which requires the transformation of tin into plasma. And remember, tin is very important. And that requires a temperature, which I was really shocked to know was a temperature. Though it's only for a few seconds or something that they require it. The surface temperature of sun is some 6,000 or something like that degrees Celsius. But this requires 2 lakh degrees Celsius. So is it sustainable? When we say that the machines have started learning, And when we say that the number of transistors we are able to insert within a particular chip is going to increase and the efficiency is going to increase, our ability to compute is going to increase, and our ability to substitute this 8 billion people who are there, there are so many of us here, is going to improve. Sometimes we should even stop and ask whether it's worth it. That's exactly why there are economists like Asimoglu and Restrepo and others who say that is it not possible for us to direct technological change? Should technological change take such a turn itself? Professor Murthy had spoken about the water guzzling nature. In fact, you should see in Taiwan's semiconductor facility, TSMC, the extent of water which is being utilized. And it is said that the priority number one use is not for domestic consumption. Priority number one use is to see to it that the chips are being manufactured in Taiwan. The extent of water guzzling activity which happens with respect to the fabrication of chips in Taiwan, the extent of high temperature, there is, I do not know, even for a small time, if you have to generate such high temperature in a place like, won't it be such energy guzzling? And even with respect to these alternative currencies in hunting, the extent of energy, it's highly energy driven. And when we are trying to basically say that it is those guys who are actually squatting in those forests who are creating a big problem, they should be asked to get out and all that, they're going in for their livelihoods. I think it's time for us to take stock, because there are a set of companies. I think somebody was telling about the 7 companies, the Magnificent 7 companies. The Magnificent 7 companies might be making a remarkable role. And seeing the charts of Professor Anton Korinek, I will never say that AI is not having some sort of a potential. Of course, it is there. The abilities of human beings to do tasks, there is a limit. And in case machines are going to outsmart that limit, the share of labor in the total incomes would definitely show a larger tendency to decline. And it becomes a problematic when, if within the same country, you are having a set of people who are the owner. AI is not AI. AI is somebody who would be actually owning all these resources, who would actually be owning it. They are a set of people, and there are other set of people who do not have direct ownership over it. So logically speaking, we say there's an economist by name Nicholas Calder. So Nicholas Calder said that should we move from one point to another, we should decide like this. There are some winners and there are some losers. And if the winners can compensate the losers and yet be better off, we should move. So when it comes to within the country, okay, we can say that, see, you're moving from this point to this point, and there are a set of people who are losing, so we can tax and somehow see to it that we compensate for the losers. But when it comes across countries, are there any methods by means of which you're going to assure it? And particularly when the question of AI and related discussions comes, we actually blind ourselves about that minus 1.5 degrees Celsius debate in energy. We walk in one room, we have prospects of AI, in another room we have temperature discussions. Maybe we should have some thought for thinking in totality. And I'm very sure that you have tolerated me so much, and it's the end of a day. Thank you so much. And also thank you, my dear colleagues, for this bus which you have given me. And though I've come here by accident, I was a person who used to teach many years before at the neighborhood college for vocational studies. So now I'm coming from Venkateshwar College. I used to be here in the same place during the early stages of my life. And my dear colleague is also here, Professor Pradeep Bishwas. And thank you so much for the invitation which you have extended to me. Thank you.
The dais is all open for the questions.
Hello, my name is Samiksha. I'm from third year BA Honors Economics. And on the question of AI bubble, and this question comes from obviously a very basic sense of how a crisis works. We talked a lot about AI and how markets are adopting it and companies are laying off people. So, what I understand is that we are expanding output at a magnificent scale, but at the same time, people now don't have income. A large chunk of population is losing its job, so there is like a demand side problem. Will that not lead to a macroeconomic downturn and then again ultimately a financial crisis? And I would like the panel in general to just give a comment on that.
If anyone wants to take,
We'll only be taking one more question. So in case anyone has it, please ask right away.
I'm a second year BA Economics honor student. So the paradox of information, that theory is really amazing and it's really interesting. And I was also thinking something on the same line. Like it's an implication of this theory. So I just want your validation and your thoughts on the same. So yeah. So like earlier, particular to the US markets, United States capital equities markets, earlier the boom and bust process of the business cycle, it used to take like 2-3 years for a boom to develop and a burst, major burst. So like in your theory, you said that if everyone will have the equal perfect knowledge, then the market will crash. So like influx of quant funds. So I mean, I think even if they improve their models जितना भी वो कर सकते हैं, but एक point पे आके they will have a similarity in their models. And if the economic data or the underlying micro data कुछ ऐसा हो जाता है जिससे वो सारे models एक ही चीज predict करते हैं, then what I think that boom and burst जो phase है business cycle का, उसकी frequency बढ़ जाएगी. For example, एक साल में there will be multiple booms and so like, is it possible? Okay.
About the demand shortage which comes in the
Okay, I
context.
won't go into the details of what you're saying because my purpose of coming here is to acquaint students with economic thinking. Okay, so what I'm saying is this: when we look at crisis, there are two types of crisis. Okay, one which now Dhruv was talking about, boom and bust, trade cycles. This is the traditional knowledge about crisis, and that is how we are looking at it. But in 2008, the global financial crisis which happened did not happen because of demand deficiency. Okay, so you are imagining that AI is going to lead to layoffs and people won't have the effective demand, they won't be having the purchasing power, and all of this might lead to crisis. So I'm saying one lesson that we have to learn from the previous crisis is that there is a difference between a global financial crisis and the crisis which took place in 1920. Okay, and now unfortunately, students of economics have been thrown into a completely different era where the language of most of the writing is verging upon financial one. Are you understanding what I'm saying? And we are for one, we are not as students of economics, we are not acquainted with that language. Two, more important thing, it takes us away from the main purpose of economics. When you start to think about crisis, you are getting into the field of things like stock markets and expectations, speculative returns, all of that. If you have to think about crisis as economic students, please think about the real. Economics is about the real. Okay? What are the real factors? If you're thinking about AM, think about what are the real factors behind it. If you're thinking about any crisis, think what is the real dimensions behind that. Okay? Two comments I just want to add here, and what did you speak about?
Lots of information.
Yeah. So again, when you are talking about whether such a thing could happen, such a boom or bust could happen, and it can happen more frequently. Well, in a sense, I've written about this also. I've written a paper about how the global financial crisis happened, and you must look at that. And it is not all about either finance or economics. It is all about political economy. Global financial crisis happened because of certain, interest groups and the role that they played in it. So we just can't try to explain these things in terms of what is being bombarded. You are being bombarded with a lot of information and writing, which is of a certain kind. Okay, so I would say that if I have to give some message over here to students, is to realize and understand how the whole, you can say, the media, publishing, papers, journals, all of them are dominated by a certain kind of writings and thinking, which verges only upon finance. And finance is the exact opposite of economics. I've been the head of commerce department, and I have a big problem teaching students. You're students of economics, so I'll teach you. The very first thing that I can't explain to a student of commerce is that cost is a part of value. For them they get this thing surprised that how can we say cost is. Okay, so there's a lot of difference between this, and two small comments that I want to make here. One is for Dr. Dwivedi. So this is a distinction. I'm just addressing the students. This is a distinction which you should keep in mind when we are evaluating things like money. What Dr. Dwivedi spoke about is currency. It is not money. Because if you talk about money, then the questions on money cannot be settled only in terms of what is the mechanism of the money. Is it okay? Money has got deep connections with the rest of the economy in terms of monetary theory, monetary policy, banks. When we talk about money markets, the role of banks as primary, creators of the money market instruments. So when you talk of money, it is something completely different. Let us clarify to ourselves the difference between currency and money. Okay, so that is one more thing. And real resources. The second thing was, and so then I would say yes to answer this question. Please read about it, and I have also written about it. That the frequency of crisis has been increasing, not in the sense as which you were imagining. If you go back to 1997, when there was the Asian financial crisis, then very soon there was 2001 Y2K, then there was 2001 dot-com bubble, then there was 2008 global financial crisis, then there was the Greek, capital debt crisis. So the frequency of crisis is increasing, and I am saying will increase. It is inevitable. The kind of global economy that we have, global economy, it is inevitable that the crisis. Only thing is this: we must think whether what is the origin of the crisis. The origin of the traditional trade cycles was very much a part of how a normal economy runs. But when it comes to global financial crisis and other financial crises, it is not coming just because of the normal functioning of the economy. It is coming because there have been certain, events which have happened intentionally. The loans which were given for housing market in US, all of that was not accidental. It was intentional. It was done by a certain group of people, certain entities. So there will be more and more such crises, and we have to guard ourselves from such bubbles and tendencies which are coming up, which have the full potential to be exploited by some people, and which will recurrently throw the whole globe into one crisis after the other. That's just what I want.
I'd like to thank Dr. Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy for addressing the questions. Due to the shortage of time, we won't be taking any more questions.
As we come to the end of this enriching and thought-provoking session, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed panel, Dr. S. Krishna Kumar, Dr. Ashirvad Dwivedi, Dr. Nalin Mehta, and our respected moderator, Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy, for sharing their invaluable insights with us.
We hope the ideas exchanged today inspire further research, dialogue, and responsible innovation. Thank you once again, and let us continue learning, questioning, and evolving together. Handing over to Deepika for vote of thanks. As we arrive at the conclusion of this seminar, I, Deepika Chaudhary, student of 4th year BA Honours Economics, on behalf of the entire student fraternity and the Department of Economics, Shaheed Bhagat Singh College, extend my sincere gratitude to all those who contributed to the success of today's deliberations. At its core, the seminar served as a platform to explore automation, employment transitions, evolving skill requirements, and AI-driven finance, uniting academicians, policymakers, ministries, media, and industry experts in advancing a dialogue on inclusive, ethical, and sustainable AI-led growth in India. We are honored by the presence of our chief guest, Shri Vijendra Gupta, Honorable Speaker of the Delhi Legislative Assembly. We also extend our heartfelt thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Ram Singh, Director, Delhi School of Economics. We now place on record our deep appreciation for the speakers whose contributions added depth and clarity to the seminar. We sincerely thank Ms. Shalini Gupta, Director, Cabinet Secretariat, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Mr. Anish Mishra, Finance Secretary, Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, and Mr. Amit Bajpai, Lead CSR, AI, Cybersecurity and Legal Compliance, Pentagon Tech Fusion Services Private Limited, for their insightful contributions. Their perspectives on evolving skill requirements, labor market relations, workforce transitions, and industry-oriented approaches to AI governance significantly enriched our understanding of the structural transformations underway. We are grateful to Dr. S. Krishna Kumar, Associate Professor, Sri Venkateshwar College, Dr. Ashirvad Dwivedi, Faculty of Management Studies, and Dr. Nalin Mehta, Managing Editor, Money Control, and Chief AI Officer, Network 18, for offering academic, strategic, and media-centric perspectives on AI-driven transformations in financial systems. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the moderators of the two sessions, Professor Paramjeet, Department of Economics, Delhi School of Economics, and Professor K.V. Bhanumurthy, former Dean, Faculty of Commerce, and Head, Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, for guiding the discussions with academic rigor, clarity, and balance. We sincerely thank Mrs. Bhanumurthy for her gracious presence. It was truly an honor to have you with us, ma'am. We will now proceed with the screening of a short documentary shared by our esteemed chief guest.
आज इस इमारत में दिल्ली विधानसभा का संचालन होता है, लेकिन इसका महत्व न तो केवल दिल्ली तक सीमित है और न ही सिर्फ वर्तमान तक। ये इमारत हमारे आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का केंद्र रही, उस परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाते हुए जिसकी शुरुआत कई शताब्दियों पहले हुई थी और जिसने भारत को लोकतंत्र की जननी के रूप में प्रतिष्ठित किया है। 12 दिसंबर 1911 तीसरे दिल्ली दरबार की ठिठुरती हुई सुबह में किंग एम्परर जॉर्ज पंचम की गूंजती आवाज, अब से भारत की राजधानी कलकत्ता नहीं दिल्ली होगी। राजा महाराजा, गर्व से तने ब्रिटिश अफसर और हतप्रभ दिल्ली वाले सब साक्षी बने। जिन गलियों ने 1857 में साम्राज्य की नींव हिला दी थी, वही दिल्ली फिर सत्ता का दिल बन गई। राजधानी को नए ठिकाने की दरकार थी। ब्रिटिश आर्किटेक्ट ई मॉन्टगेरी थॉमस ने 1912 में चंद्रावल गांव की मिट्टी पर खूबसूरत सफेद रंग का वैधानिक महल रचा, सेठ फतेहचंद की निगरानी में सैकड़ों मजदूरों ने महीनों में ही ये इंपीरियल लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल खड़ी कर दी। आज का वही पुराना सचिवालय जहां साम्राज्य के फरमान और स्वराज के स्वप्न पहली बार आमने सामने आए। 1909 में मार्ले मिंटो सुधारों ने देश के प्रशासन में निर्वाचित भारतीयों की भागीदारी सुनिश्चित हुई। परिणाम स्वरूप परिषद में भारतीय सदस्यों की संख्या बढ़ी। परिषद की गतिविधियां 1913 में आरंभ हुई। 1914 से 18 का प्रथम विश्व युद्ध इसी इमारत में गूंज उठा। 28 अप्रैल 1918 को वायसराय ने प्रथम विश्व युद्ध में भारतीयों की भर्ती पर विचार के लिए इसी दिल्ली विधानसभा भवन में युद्ध सम्मेलन आयोजित किया। महात्मा गांधी ने सम्मेलन में पहुंचकर युद्ध में भारतीय भागीदारी पर सहमति व्यक्त की। भारत ने मोर्चों पर 13 लाख से ज्यादा सैनिक भेजे, 74,000 जवान घर न लौटे। लेकिन देश ने अंग्रेजी हुकूमत से सवाल किया, इस बलिदान के बाद स्वशासन कब? युद्ध के बाद भी दमन कम न हुआ। मार्च 1919 का रॉलेट बिल, बिना मुकदमे के गिरफ्तारी, न अपील, न दलील, न वकील। गांधी जी दर्शक दीर्घा से बहस देख रहे थे। पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय ने 4.5 घंटे गरज कर कहा, यह काला कानून है, मगर बिल पास हो गया। दिल्ली समेत देश की गलियां सुलग उठी। संसद से शुरू हुआ यह विरोध समूचे भारत की सड़कों पर फैल गया। अब भारत चुप रहने वाला नहीं था। गांधी जी ने इसके विरोध में आंदोलन।
At this juncture, I invite Dr. Soumya Verma, Director of the Seminar and Teacher in Charge, Department of Economics, Shahid Bhagat Singh College. Over to you, ma'am.
A very good evening to all distinguished speakers. Mr. K.V. Bhanumurthy and Mrs. and Ma'am are of course here with us. Faculty members, dear participants, I understand it has been a long day, so I'll keep my speech short. We are deeply grateful to all speakers. Since morning, we have been having a series of thought-provoking presentations which have enriched our understanding of a complex topic such as artificial intelligence. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Principal Sir and institution management for their constant support. We are thankful to our sponsorship partner, Union Bank of India, for providing the necessary financial support. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of motivated and dedicated student volunteers. Special thanks to Mr. Shubham Rajneesh from Gyan Prasar Kendra for providing the necessary technical assistance. Can we please have silence in the auditorium? I request the discipline team to please just be silent. So many thanks to the administrative staff, including Ms. Babita, Mr. Rudra, and all others for their necessary administrative support. Special thanks to the caterer, flower decorator, groundsman, all members involved at the ground level who took care of the necessary logistics. Lastly, I thank my nuclear counterparts, Dr. Jairam Meena, Organizing Secretary, members of the Advisory Committee, Mr. Rohit Prashar, Assistant Professor, Delhi School of Economics, and Mr. Naman Jain, and Dr. Pragya Nair, Seminar Coordinator, and all faculty members of our department who joined hands in organizing this seminar, resulting in successful culmination of our event today. We hope to organize similar events in future. A QR code will be displayed for attendance for the students. So it will be there for around 2 minutes. Please scan the code. Now we will have a short photograph. I request all faculty members of Department of Economics and student volunteers to please stay back, and others may please proceed for high tea in the refreshment area. Thank you so much. National anthem, abhi after the QR code is dropped. So I think just wait for the national anthem. We'll just play it in a minute.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे